Chapter 1080, Breaking Destiny. Chapter 1080, Breaking Destiny. After Yi Yuan left the City Lord Manor, a figure appeared beside Old Man Han. "Looks like he's already suspicious of you," said that person. "This brat is too clever. In the past, he didn't place his thoughts on this. Returning this time, even I, this old antique, feel a headache towards him." Old Man Han said, "Hoo, this junior apprentice brother of mine is a peerlessly talented person to begin with. A previous life, it was the environment he grew up in that was too comfortable. Hence, that's why he could not be bothered to place his thoughts on scheming and conspiring. Once he gets serious, even I'm not a match either." This figure was actually Yi Yuan's senior apprentice brother, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan attempted to probe Old Man Han, but he never would have thought that Old Man Han actually got together with Ji Kanglin. Hearing Ji Kanglin's words, Old Man Han deeply felt that way too as he nodded his head and said, "This brat's maturing speed is too terrifying. The last time he came, I already wanted to make a move to keep him behind, but I discovered that I couldn't see through him at all. That's why I didn't act rashly without careful consideration." Ji Kanglin said, "Luckily, you didn't make a move against him. Otherwise, this time, Lord Holy Mother probably won't have a chance to escape. You really view him so highly? The two of us taking action, keeping him behind shouldn't be hard," Old Man Han said in surprise. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile, "It's not that I view him highly, but that it's heaven that thinks highly of him. The Son of Heaven's mandate isn't said for fun. If it was so easy to be killed, then it wouldn't be called the Son of Heaven's mandate. I've already killed him once, except he's not dead yet. Isn't it so? Our fiend race has counterattacked, G. Oh, D knows how many times in the divine realm. But each time, it's foiled at the hands of the child of destiny. This time, we must be doubly cautious." Old Man Han's expression turned austere as he said, "Could it be that, Holy Son, you infiltrating into the Medicine King Hall was actually because of him?" Although Old Man Han's strength was formidable, this sort of top-secret matters he naturally did not know. Most likely, the only ones who knew were the Lord Divine Master out of Ji Kanglin's mouth, as well as Ji Kanglin himself, right? Only hearing Ji Kanglin say so at this time, did Old Man Han have a feeling of suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light, thinking through the cause and effect. The divine realm had 8 great super holy lands. Even if it was infiltrating, they should also pick the most powerful holy region. Although the Medicine King Hall was powerful, it was still not worth the Divine Master doing so. Moreover, after the Holy Son killed the Ji father and son, he did not seem to have any further actions either. Looking at it now, the Holy Son infiltrating the Medicine King Hall, his goal from the very start was Ji Qingyun. Ji Kanglin smiled slightly and nodded as he said, "That's right. Lord Divine Master purged the fiendish energy in my body with a great magical ability, sealed my memories, and sent me into the Medicine King Hall. The goal was precisely Ji Qingyun. Long during 1,000 years ago, Lord Divine Master somewhat sensed that this era's child of destiny will appear in the Medicine King Hall. I laid low for several hundred years and plotted for a long time before finally finding an opportunity to take action, striking dead with one blow. It's just, I never thought that that didn't kill him either. Hence, if Ji Qingyun died here muddle-headedly, then he wouldn't be the Son of Heaven's mandate." Hiss, Old Man Han drew a cold breath. Such detailed setup, such a deadly blow, was actually unable to kill Ji Qingyun too. This boy's life was also truly too tenacious. In the past, he still scoffed in contempt towards the saying of Son of Heaven's mandate. But now he believed it. Ji Kanglin continued slowly, "I even suspect now that 20 years ago, when I made a move and killed him, it precisely gave him the chance to have a nirvanic rebirth. It was also precisely because I killed him that it gave him a chance to soar up to the heavens with one bound. Perhaps all of this was long foreordained already. If without me, maybe he'll still be that Medicine King Hall's young lord who's wholeheartedly obsessed with alchemy Tao. Thinking about it further back, perhaps Divine Master's response might also have been something long predetermined. The more Ji Kanglin talked, the more alarmed Old Man Han was. These words sounded very incredible, but thinking about it carefully, wasn't it exactly so? With Ji Kanglin's status, he definitely would not utter such incomprehensible words. These words were definitely after he thought it over carefully. The life of the Son of Heaven's mandate was too tenacious. Doesn't that mean that no matter what we do, we ultimately still can't escape the outcome of defeat? This Ji Qingyan can't be killed at all? Old Man Han said in amazement. According to Ji Kanglin's way of saying things, everything that they were doing right now was all futile. Then what was the point? Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Not unkillable. It's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. Since we've already failed once, we absolutely can't fail a second time. The next time we make a move, there must be 100% assurance." How to kill? Old Man Han said speechlessly. Ji Kanglin's expression turned intent, and his gaze was deep as he said, "Want to kill the child of destiny? One must first break his destiny. As long as one breaks his destiny, killing him will be as easy as blowing off dust." Old Man Han was stunned and blurted, "Breaking destiny? How to break?" Fate was determined by heaven. Regardless of whether it was the human race or fiend race, how could one possibly break destiny? Ji Kanglin just smiled, and he did not answer Old Man Han. "Uncle Feng, why have you come?" Seeing Yu Jianfeng, Liu was very surprised too. Yu Jianfeng looked to be laden with worries, an appearance of wanting to speak, but swallowing the words back. The moment Liu saw this appearance, her heart thumped. To be able to make Yu Jianfeng personally make a trip, something unforeseen must have happened to Bright Moon City. Yu Jianfeng heaved a sigh and said, "Ancestor's longevity is drawing to an end and is going to pass away in meditation very soon." Liu's entire body involuntarily trembled. When she heard that, how can it be? Wasn't Ancestor in close seclusion all along these few years? Why would he suddenly? Liu said in disbelief. Yu Jianfeng also let out a sigh and said, "Ancestors matters. I believe you also know. In his early years, he had a battle with the Zhou family's ancestor and had long left behind hidden injuries already. A few days ago, his hidden injuries relapsed. Hence, his lifespan is exhausted ahead of schedule. Sing away in meditation is also a matter of these few months. Liu, you're my Yu family's most important junior presently. His elderly self hopes to meet you before sing away. There are some things that he wants to instruct you face to face." The moment Liu heard, she became caught in a dilemma. As a matter of fact, she and the Yu family's ancestor did not have overly deep feelings. Ever since birth, the ancestor was in close seclusion all year round and never showed face before. But now that his elderly self was about to pass away in meditation, she had to make a trip back no matter what. It was just that Yi Yuan's pressing matter on hand right now was to make a trip to the holy region. This way, it would be marching in opposite directions to Yi Yuan. "Big brother Yuan," Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since your ancestor wants to see you, you naturally have to make this trip back. Making a trip to the holy region, I'm just having a couple of words with those few old freaks. It won't take too much time either. Once the matters over there are settled, I'll go to Bright Moon City to find you." Actually, Yi Yuan could not bear to part, with Liu too, but a person's death was major. The Yu family's ancestors' sing away in meditation was near at hand. If he did not let Lear return, it was seriously going against moral principles. Others might, but he himself would not be able to disregard his own conscience on this. Chapter 1081, City in the Sky. Chapter 1081. City in the Sky. During his previous life, Yi Yuan had heard before that the Yu family still had a void mystic ancestor who stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was just that did not think that his longevity actually drew to an end coincidentally at this time. The Yu family had already gotten to know Yu Mengli's potential and would naturally take her to be the Yu family's hope. How could such an important figure not show up, no matter how Yi Yuan loathed to part with Yu Mengli? He also could not do such a thing. Yu Mengli hated to part with Yi Yuan even more. To her, she only walked together with Yi Yuan after going through hearts, HI plus PS and dangers. She wished that she could keep sticking on to Yi Yuan and forever not part with him. But the affairs of human life were hard to predict. The Yu family's important matter, she obviously could not really ignore it. Ao Qian, follow Lier. Make sure not to let her suffer any bit of harm. Otherwise, I'll hold you solely responsible. Yi Yuan's tone was a never-before solemn. Ao Qian's expression turned stern as he said, "Yes, my lord." But Lier refused and said, "Big brother Yuan, this trip of yours is perilous. Those few holy regions' major powers aren't that easygoing. Elder Ao's strength is very strong. You'd best bring him along beside you. I'm just making a trip back to Bright Moon City. Why would I need any protection? If you really can't put your mind at ease, just let Wu Luo take a trip back with me." Yu Jianfang also said, "Yeah, Lord Qingyunzi, Bright Moon City is Lier's home. Could it be that there are still people who dare to bully her?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only let Wu Luo accompany Lier and leave together. Watching Lier's silhouette disappear in the transmission array, Yi Yuan felt a sense of loss. Holy region, it was a very special existence. It only had one large domain, but this place, it was the entire divine realm's strongest place. Not one of. The Lord of the Holy Region was the heaven-stabilizing divine king, and the Holy Region was also the one and only faction that possessed a 10 great divine king among the 8 great super-holy lands. Apart from this, the Alchemist A.S. association that established the entire alchemist system was also situated in the Holy Region. Of course, there was still the Heaven's secret tower that was veiled in mystery. So many powerful forces, including major forces, gathered in one region. The magnitude of might could be imagined. The Tli of void mystic powerhouses was mostly Pa-S, said down from mouth to mouth. But the Tlis of the 10 great divine kings were set by the Heaven's secret tower. Whether or not the rankings of the 10 great divine kings were accurate or not, Body knew as well, because they had never fought before amongst themselves. At least, they had never exchanged blows before in front of people. But the 10 great divine kings themselves did not seem to have much dissent towards this ranking. They tacit acknowledged this ranking. The Lord of the Holy Region was Tled, the heaven's stabilizing divine king. Such a peerlessly tyrannical name naturally also represented his incomparably powerful strength. This holy region is simply miraculous, supporting the divine realm's largest city in the sky. How terrifying the essence energy does this require? Jiang Taizong looked at that city high above the clouds and exclaimed with shock. The holy city was the holy region's hub, and also the divine realm's largest city. Except, this city was not on the ground. It was established in the sky. The city was submerged in the clouds, unable to see through the actual situation at all. It could even be claimed as miraculous. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The holy city is a miracle in the first place, so what's there to kick up a great fuss over?" If talking about which faction's inheritance in this divine realm is preserved the most completely, it's none other than the Holy City. If not for this case, how could it give birth to Zhuge Qingxian, that kind of monster? Zhuge Qingxian? Jiang Taizong could not help being stupefied when he heard this name. Clearly, it was very unfamiliar. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is the heavens stabilizing divine king out of everybody's mouth, the rank one existence among the 10 great divine kings." With this, even Ao Qian could not help perking his ears too. He had long heard of the name of the 10 great divine kings, known as the 10 strongest people in the divine realm presently. Then wouldn't this rank one be the present divine realm's number one person? Such an existence. How could they not be interested? Wan Shuangzhou muttered. Turns out that the heavens stabilizing divine king's true name is called Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I told you all long ago that these guys like to pretend to be mysterious. But Zhuge Qingxian is really very strong. The other divine kings, T's are mostly related to their most skilled fields, while Zhuge Qingxuan's isn't. This guy has virtually no weakness to exploit. His might practically makes people despair." The so-called 10 great divine kings were unfathomable existences to other people. To a divine king expert like Wan Shuangzhou, he did not even know Zhuge Qingxuan's name. But Yi Yuan had friendly relations with quite a few of the 10 great divine kings. Their mysterious veil was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. But toward Zhuge Qingxuan's strength, Yi Yuan still admired greatly. Even such a proud fellow, like the spirit-bristle divine king, was full of praises towards Zhuge Qingxian. His might naturally need not be elaborated. Really that impressive? When I recover my strength, I want to find him to exchange views. I want to take a look if this divine realm's number one person currently is really that incredible or not. Ao Qian said with an unconvinced look. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "The reason why Zhuge Qingxian is powerful is also that the Holy City's inheritances are very complete. The Holy City's foundation has lasted all the way from the Divine Tao era until today. It's what ordinary factions can't imagine. Just take this grand array, for example. It has operated for countless tens of thousands of years and didn't wane for a long time. Probably only deity realm powerhouses had such ability. The secrets in the Holy City were numerous. Just this divine rank grand array before their eyes made people marvel endlessly with admiration. Among those fleeting and ephemeral clouds concealed an incomparably powerful grand array. This grand array had operated all the way from the Divine Tao era till today, but did not have the slightest trend of weakening. Such a foundation was naturally not what ordinary forces could compare to. There had once been many powerhouses who wished to enter into the clouds to check things out, but without exception, they were all turned to dregs. Over the course of time, nobody dared to enter inside anymore. My lord, everyone says that the holy region is easy to enter, but the holy city is hard to go into. How should we enter inside? Wan Shuangzhou said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You look, hasn't the ones fetching us arrived?" Everyone looked over. Sure enough, they saw a group of people floating down from the holy city. A young man leading cupped his fists towards Yi Yuan and said, "May I ask if it's Lord Qinyanzi?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." The young man said very cordially, "Ha! It's really Lord Qinyanzi. This one is Ho Yu, Holy City Purple Gold Hall's 5th seat disciple. Half a month ago, Ho Yu received Lord Cloudsky's Dermic decree to let me welcome Your Excellency here. I didn't think that today, Your Excellency finally arrived." Regarding the Holy City knowing about his arrival, Yi Yuan was not surprised. The Holy City was the Divine Realm's central. It was incomparably well informed. Yi Yuan did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts either. With their strength, grasping his whereabouts was beyond easy. When this Hoyu said that he was a disciple of the Purple Gold Hall, a trace of pride flickered across his eyes. The Purple Gold Hall was the hall where the Holy City's most elite disciples were at. Inside were virtually divine king powerhouses. To be able to rank fifth, his strength was rather out of the ordinary. Yi Yuan looked at Hoyu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What haughty airs Cloud Sky old punk has. This young master arrived, and he actually doesn't receive personally." Chapter 1082, Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. Chapter 1082, Golden Cloud Sky. Stairs. The moment these words came out, the countenance of Hoyu and the group of disciples behind him suddenly changed. This guy proclaimed to be Qinyanzi before their eyes. His age was much younger than them, but he behaved like a senior when saying these words. Who was Cloud Sky? Cloud Sky was one of the 3 Tans of Holy City. His status in the Holy City was second only to the heaven-stabilizing divine king. Such a character personally appointing a disciple to come out and welcome. Could it be that it was still not grand enough? This fellow in front of them was also a little too insolent, right? Lord Cloud Sky is too busy and truly can't find time to come and receive your excellency. I hope that your excellency doesn't take offense. Your excellency, enter the city first. When Lord Cloud Sky is done with work, he'll definitely come and pay a courtesy call to Lord Qinyanzi, Huiyu said with an obsequious smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, this Cloud Sky old punk. Isn't it seeing that this young master is no longer the man I was having a high opinion of his ident? That's why he dispatched you all to come forward? Forget it. Coming this time is for important matters on hand. I won't stoop to the level of you all, these juniors. Hoyu had an appearance as if a heavy burden was lifted off. He extended his hand to lead the way as he said, Lord Qinyanzi, please. The place Hoyu pointed at was a Ma, S of golden-colored cloud. Under the S, I plus any of the sunlight, it appeared glistening. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, Yo, Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. Cloud Sky old punk is still giving a lot of face. Huh? Hoyu said smilingly, What's Lord Qinyanzi saying? Your Excellency is the divine, realm's pinnacle-most alchemist. With your status, naturally, there's only the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. That's fitting. But Ao Qian's expression changed, and he looked at Hoyu viciously as he said, What do you mean, brat? But Hoyu said calmly, This senior, I don't understand your words. The Golden Cloud Sky Stairs is the Holy City's highest treatment of receiving distinguished guests. 1 step, 3,000 stairs. What do you think I mean? You. Ao Qian was tongue-tied for a moment and could not help looking at Yi Yuan as he said, My lord, we'd best go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs. Ao Qian, this kind of old monster, naturally came to the Holy City before. Flying was prohibited within 10,000 miles of the Holy City. If someone attempted to fly into the Holy City, they would be decimated by the divine rank grand array. The only way to enter the Holy City was this cloud sky stairs. Under the Holy City, there were SES of clouds. The shade of colors varied. As long as one stepped onto the clouds, a cloud and mist staircase would naturally form step by step. It was called Cloud Sky Stairs. The color of the Cloud Sky Stairs went from light to dark. It was divided into a total of 9 ranks, corresponding to martial artists' 9 ranks, respectively. Rank 1 Cloud Sky Stairs, 1 step, 1 stair. Reaching the Holy City from the bottom required a full 1 year's time, while the rank 9 Cloud Sky Stairs, 1 step, 300 stairs. Ascending to the Holy City required a day's time, while above rank 9, there was an even higher level staircase, still named Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. The Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. One step, 3,000 stairs. One only needed several hours to be able to reach the holy city. This Golden Cloud Sky Stairs summed a golden color, looking extremely deluxe. It was indeed what the holy city used to welcome distinguished guests. But this Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, even ordinary void mystic powerhouses, might not be able to ascend it safely either. When Ao Qian saw Hoyu's very cautious manner, he even thought that Hoyu was really apprehensive of Yi Yuan's ident. He did not expect that Hoyu was scheming something. He was also perplexed earlier. His Excellency normally treated people very modestly. Why did he have a high and mighty attitude toward this brat in front of him? One had to know that him calling Cloud Sky old punk was placing him and Cloud Sky on the capacity of the same generation. These few were merely the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. They immediately became a generation lower compared to Yi Yuan. Only then did Ao Qian come to a realization why Yi Yuan had a very KY appearance just now. Turns out that he had long seen through this Hoyu's little thoughts and deliberately postured for him to see. Hearing Ao Qian's words, Hoyu feigned surprise and said, "How can this do? Lord Qinyanzi is the divine, realm's pinnacle-most alchemist, a person of the same generation as Lord Fengtian. How can he go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs? This way is also too deigning, right?" Ao Qian's face turned black, and he berated, "Brat, shut your mouth for this old man. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth, or not?" But Hoyu did not care about him at all, and pretended to have a sudden realization again, as he said, I know. Could it be that Lord Qinyanzi reincarnating, he can't even mount this Golden Cloud Sky Stairs now? Lord Qinyanzi, this? Hoyu had good intentions. I didn't think that your Excellency actually can't go up. Sorry, truly sorry. Ha ha ha. His words being uttered, the group of disciples behind him all roared with laughter. Hoyu apologized verbally, but was delighted in his heart. Ask you to posture. Ask you to offend eldest senior brother. Isn't it just a lousy alchemist? Only climbed on top of eldest senior brother's head by taking advantage of trickery. Really think that you're some important character? Reaching the holy city, even a dragon had to coil for your father. Ao Qian was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. He looked at Hoyu and said smilingly, "Guasu made you do it, right? Already been so many years. That fellow is still so small-minded. How will he take on big responsibilities in the future?" The Guasu out of Yi Yuan's mouth was precisely Hoyu's eldest senior brother, the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. This Guasu was the same as Yi Yuan and Jian Wushuang, genius martial artists that grew up in the same generation. But Guasu's growing speed was similarly far from comparable to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan became a peak alchemy emperor, Guasu was still just a peak divine king and had not stepped into the realm of void mystic. Originally, the two were of the same generation. But with Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Guasu became a junior all of a sudden. How could this not make him depressed? Back then, Guasu was known as the divine realm's #1 genius, with hopes of inheriting the heavens-stabilizing divine king's mantle. But he was crushed by Yi Yuan until he was black and blue all over. Even though the two people never had a frontal clash before, every time Guasu saw Yi Yuan, that thick enmity could not be concealed no matter what. Living in the same era as Yi Yuan, regardless of what kind of a genius, it was all a tragedy. Jian Wushuang was like that. Guasu was similarly like so. Hoyu was choked badly by Yi Yuan's words, but he forcefully pressed it down in the end and switched to a smiling face as he said, "What's Lord Qinyanzi saying? Hoyu doesn't understand. Hoyu has good intentions. What has it got to do with eldest senior brother? Sigh, it was Hoyu who was rash. If your excellency can't ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, then change to an ordinary one, then. Hoyu was certain that Yi Yuan could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Hence, that was why he kept on using words to squeeze Yi Yuan ceaselessly. This trip here for him was indeed sent by Cloud Sky, but before coming, Guisu greeted him and told him to make things tough for Yi Yuan. His current thoughts were very simple. That was to give Yi Yuan some trouble. Either way, he could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Even eldest senior brother, this void mystic powerhouse, could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, let alone Yi Yuan, this third-level Tao profound. He deliberately raised Yi Yuan's status high in order to extol him to death. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan's present bit of strength, he actually dared to climb up along the shaft too. But he had also repulsed enough for him to choke on. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, forget it. Since Guisu is so cordial, wouldn't it brush off his good intentions if I don't mount this golden cloud sky stairs? Chapter 1083, Child's Play. Chapter 1083. Child's Play. Yi Yuan lightly leaped and stepped right onto the golden cloud sky stairs. Seeing this scene, Hoyu's face revealed a look of derision. The cloud sky stairs was this divine, rank Grand Array's subsidiary, containing extremely profound powers of law. If one's cultivation realm fell short, there was no way to stand firmly on top at all. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was simply inadequate to stand on it. Cultivation realm not match, the Grand Array would immediately eject Yi Yuan out, even get injured by powers of law. This move of Hoyu's was in order to make a fool of Yi Yuan. If he could let him suffer a big loss, that would be for the best. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan stood on it, the golden cloud sky stairs spilled over with light and was about to throw Yi Yuan off. Beneath Yi Yuan's foot quaked unceasingly, making his entire body start swaying, looking as if he was going to be thrown off. Ha ha ha! This is our Lord Qinyanzi. You're a major power of the divine realm, to actually not even be able to stand on the golden cloud sky stairs. Hoyu laughed loudly and said, Haha, what's wrong, Lord Qinyanzi? The golden cloud sky stairs. 1 step 3,000 stairs. You haven't taken this step yet. Hold steady. Quickly hold it there steady. Being flung off the golden cloud sky stairs isn't that pleasant. Is this really that Lord Qinyanzi hailed as closest to the alchemy G? Oh, D-Realm? Wouldn't be a fake one, right? Ha ha! For a moment, mocking laughter sounded out everywhere. The group of Purple Gold Hall disciples laughed themselves into convulsions, all mocking Yi Yuan nonstop. A.O. Qian and the rest all had black faces. This bunch of fellows was clearly long prepared to watch a spectacle. If not out of fear of delaying the important matters, they wished that they could teach these guys a good lesson. But on the golden cloud sky stairs, Yi Yuan was not panicky. A faint surge of power of laws slowly spilled over from his body, converging into the golden cloud sky stairs. Very soon, his body no longer swayed. The golden cloud sky stairs also stabilized. This surge of power of laws was precisely those divine inscriptions, divine Tao laws. The IB, A-L-L-S of those Purple Gold Hall disciples all popped out. The original mocking laughter abruptly ceased. What kind of situation was this? Why was a third-level Dai, profound martial artist able to stabilize himself on the golden cloud sky stairs? This was something that had never happened before. This face-slapping was simply resounding. A lot of their faces were still carrying that strange smile earlier, currently frozen on their faces. But now, they could not smile no matter what. Yi Yuan turned around and gave Hoyu a pitiful glance as he said with a smile, I was only teasing you just now. You expended such a great effort. If I didn't let you be happy for a bit, it would seriously let you down. Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step out and immediately appeared above 3,000 steps. Jiang Taizong also froze there. Seeing Yi Yuan disappear before his eyes, he let out a guffaw and said, "You see it? You bunch of dumba. SES, take a good look. This is disparity. You guys think that Qingyunzi, these 3 words, is casually shouted?" Ao Qian was also akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a cold snort, "A bunch of things who overestimate their own abilities. Really unbelievably foolish. H. Plus. Eldest senior brother, Qingyunzi reincarnating. He's merely an initial stage Dao profound minor character now. Lord Cloud Sky actually made you come and receive personally. We really feel not worth it for you. Yeah, eldest senior brother. Why don't you go back? This sort of minor character will do the waiting. You're a void mystic powerhouse now. How can you humble yourself and bend your knee to welcome a puny little initial stage Dao profound martial artist? For him to want to come up from the rank 9 Cloud Sky stairs, it still needs a day's time. But I'm looking very forward to his badly battered appearance when he comes up. Ha! Outside the holy city's gates, several young men were gathered together. The one at the front was actually a void mystic powerhouse. Who could it be if not Guosu? Toward the group of junior apprentice brothers' flattery, Guosu quite enjoyed it, except he had a reason that he must be here as well. He very much wished to personally take a look at what kind of state the Qingyunzi, who commanded the wind and clouds back then, ended up in, especially the appearance of tumbling until his nose was BLOODY and his face swollen. Guosu felt very thrilled in his heart even thinking about it. Of course, he would not utter this sort of words in front of a group of junior apprentice brothers. Talking rubbish. H. Plus, how can Lord Cloudsky's orders be brushed over? Although I broke through to the realm of void mystic, I'm just the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple in the end, Guosu reproached. Although it was a reprimand, not a hint of reproof could be heard in his words. Right at this time, a silhouette burst right through the clouds and appeared in everyone's line of sight. "It's the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs," somebody exclaimed in shock. There was no need for him to say this, because Guosu already discerned that it was the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. Moreover, that unfamiliar young man on the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs was precisely 3rd level Dao profound. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Guosu looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly, with a look of disbelief. How could 3rd level Dao profound possibly come up from the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs? Yi Yuan leaped, jumping down from the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, and arrived before Guosu, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Guosu." Guosu said in a daze, You're really Qingyunzi? But how did you come up from the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs?" Yi Yuan reached his hand out and patted on his shoulders twice, and slowly walked into the city as he said without even turning his head back, "So many years of not seeing, you're still such a good-for-nothing. You're at any rate a void mystic powerhouse now, too, still playing this sort of child's play tricks. Don't you find it disgraceful?" The moment Guosu heard, his lungs wanted to explode from fury. This guy still postured just like in the past, to actually use the tone of a senior to reprimand me. You're merely a 3rd level Dao profound right now. To actually dare talk this way to a void mystic powerhouse. You really don't know how the word death was written. Ji Qingyun, stop right there for me. Guosu looked at Yi Yuan's back view and shouted coldly. Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it and paid no heed to all as he walked into the city. Guosu's expression sunk, and he said, "If you're looking for a BAS, plussing yourself, then you can't blame me." Finished saying, he immediately reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. This grab, Guosu intentionally wanted to embarrass, Yi Yuan mustering up essence energy fully. As long as he grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's shoulder, it could absolutely make him hurt until he knelt down. The power of a void mystic powerhouse's grab could be imagined. The group of junior apprentice disciples only saw a blur before their eyes, and Guosu vanished before them. While at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still walked forward neither too fast nor too slowly. With a whistle, a strong wind already arrived. Guosu's grab directly aimed at Yi Yuan's shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to touch Yi Yuan, he only felt a blur before his eyes. His body actually said right through Yi Yuan's body. Guosu abruptly turned his head back and discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. It was as if he never moved before at all. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said with a shocked look, "Heaven-man unity. You actually already comprehended Heaven-man unity. Just 20 years' time. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't play such childish stuff anymore. Bring me to go see Cloud Sky. Coming this time, I have important matters to discuss with him." Chapter 1084. Sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Chapter 1084. Sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Lord Cloud Sky is currently in close seclusion, and it's inconvenient to meet him. I'll bring you to the courier stations first. Other matters talk again later. Guosu came back to his senses and said impatiently. Hearing Guosu's words, Yi Yuan had a bad premonition. This trip probably would not be that smooth. Where's Nangong Zifeng and Zhuge Qingxian? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. The Holy City's 3T. Tan's, Zhuge Qingxian, Nangong Zifeng, and Cloud Sky. These three people were the Holy City's most powerful existences. Since Cloud Sky was in close seclusion, Yi Yuan could only look for Nangong Zifeng. Lord Nangong and Lord Zhuge are both not in the city. If you have urgent matters, there's only waiting for Lord Cloud Sky to exit seclusion, Guosu said. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tightly together. Cloud Sky was clearly intentionally avoiding and not meeting here. Could it be that he had already guessed his intention of coming and did not plan on intervening in the Medicine King Hall's matters? If it was like this, the matter would be rather troublesome. Without the Holy Region's support, it was very hard for the 8 great super holy lands to join together. Wanting to deal with the Medicine King Hall would be doubly difficult. Moreover, Yi Yuan kept feeling that the Medicine King Hall was likely not as easy to deal with as on the surface. There were no walls without any cracks under the heavens. The immemorial medicine garden had such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the 8 great super holy lands to not have any intel at all. The Medicine King Hall concealed so deeply. Taking the risk of being exposed this time and drawing so many experts, it was impossible for them to never have thought that they would become a common target for scorn. If, say, Ji Kanglin had no preparations at all, Yi Yuan would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Cloud Sky said that he was in close seclusion. Yi Yuan had no other methods to. He could only follow Guosu to the courier station together. Guosu escorted Yi Yuan inside the courier station and left on his own without caring about the latter. Inside an independent SPAC in the Holy City, 2 elderly men were currently conversing. Qi Qingyan coming to the Holy City this time is definitely for the matter of the Medicine King Hall. With his character not seeing our faces, he probably won't easily leave. To think that after a time interval of 50,000 years, the fiend race staged a comeback once again. Looks like this time, it can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter again. Since Yi Yuan is this era's Son of Heaven's mandate, then we naturally don't need to poke our noses into what isn't our business. How many times have the fiend race jumped around? They never truly succeeded before even once. with the Son of Heaven's mandate around. Just let them fight first. After fighting finish, we'll come out again to clean up the messy situation. I didn't think that Ji Qingyun is actually this era's Son of Heaven's mandate. Since he came to the Holy City, it means that he won't sit idly by and remain indifferent to the fiend race's matters. Ji Kanglin failed to kill Ji Qingyun, but helped him instead, indicating that his destiny is extremely strong. As long as one lets him mature, he'll naturally be able to exterminate the fiend race. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that these two were precisely the Nangong Zifeng and Cloud Sky, who avoided meeting him. Except, Yi Yuan probably also did not think that the Divine Realm's secrets that the Holy City was aware of were far more than he imagined. Hearing the meaning in their words, they actually wanted to watch indifferently regarding the fiend race's matters without lending a hand, harboring the idea of sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. The matter of Yi Yuan being the Son of Heaven's mandate, they were also perfectly aware. Looking at it like this, the matter of the fiend race gradually surfacing, they were actually long aware. Except they did not have the intention of stopping. Instead, they had the intention of letting it develop unchecked. Qing Xian, that fellow, has already entered the Dzfal mountain range for 20 years' time. I wonder if he really has any harvests or not. Without him holding down the fort, once the crisis of the fiend race erupts, the two of us probably can't suppress it. Cloud Sky said, "There's no big deal. Once the Holy City's array formation activates, even Deity realm powerhouses are unable to break through. Even if the fiend race was any stronger, it's also impossible to breach the Holy City. Furthermore, divine artifacts coming into existence consecutively, heaven and earth will presumably have a great change. Perhaps Deity realm powerhouses will really descend upon the mortal world anew. If that's really the case, Qing Xian will definitely be the first powerhouse to step into Deity realm." Nangong Zifeng said, "Makes sense. Our holy region's foundations are deep and profound. Furthermore, we've avoided several great battles of two races. Our ACCU relations are very deep. If say talking about who is the greatest hope of breaking through to Deity realm in this world, it's definitely Qing Xian," Cloud Sky said. "Ji Qingyun, that brat, leave him out in the sun to dry first. When he feels snubbed, he'll naturally leave," Nangong Zifeng said. Cloud Sky nodded and said, "There's only like this." After encamping at the courier station, out of Yi Yuan's expectations, Long Tongue manifested himself. "Senior Long Tongue, you are?" Yi Yuan asked rather surprisedly. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Are the Holy Region's personnel in charge of avoiding you and not meeting?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, unhappily, "No idea what's with Cloud Sky, that old man. The Holy Region is the human race's leader. At present, the fiend race's feathers are gradually fluffing up, but he's avoiding meeting me. Truly detestable." When Long Tongue heard that, he could not help giving a cold laugh. "Over 50,000 years have Pa-S said. Looks like this Holy Region is still so shameful." Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Hearing the meaning in Long Tongue's words, there seemed to be veiled criticism towards the Holy Region. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan could not help feeling rather odd. The pandemonium of the heavenly Fiendji. 50,000 years ago, it was actually the Dragon Clan who had a great battle with him in the end. Then where did the Holy Region, such a super faction, go to? Although the Dragon Clan was at the height of its power and splendor 50,000 years ago, possessing a large batch of void mystic powerhouses, looking at the Holy Region's strength, it shouldn't be inferior to the Dragon Clan. Why didn't news of them resisting the fiend race Pa-S down? With this thought, Yi Yuan felt that something was not right. Long Tongue clearly saw through Yi Yuan's puzzlement and said with a cold smile, Do you know why the Holy Region was able to become the human race's #1 power? Why? Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. All along, the impression that the Holy Region gave people was powerful, very powerful. Regardless of how the other super holy lands changed, the Holy Region stood firm from beginning to end. There had never been a faction that was able to shake the Holy Region's position of a Goliath. In the people's view, the Holy Region possessed the rank one of the 10 great divine kings, the heaven-stabilizing divine king, and also had an incomparably terrifying divine rank grand array. They could naturally claim to be the human race's #1 faction. But a faction like this, could it be that they did not have any losses during the turmoil of the fiend race? Long Tung said with a contemptuous look. Over 50,000 years ago, the Blood God temple swept throughout the entire divine realm. The Dragon Clan had once issued an invitation to the Holy Region before, inviting them to encircle and quash the Blood God temple together along with them. But they actually did not respond to the Dragon Clan's invitation in the slightest. From start to finish, they never sent a single soldier. Furthermore, they activated the Grand Array, sealing off the Holy City, cutting off all connections with the outside world. That battle, they did not have any losses at all. Naturally, they could become the divine realm's #1 faction. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard. He did not think that the Holy Region actually still had such a past. It seemed like they did not wish to tread into the muddy waters at all, by relying on that they had a divine rank grand array protecting. Whether the divine realm fell into the enemy's hands or not, seemed to not have any relation with them at all. But if the fiend race truly occupied the entire divine realm, even if they sealed off the grand array, they can't last for a long time either, right? Yi Yuan thought about it and said. Long Tung had a cold smile as he said, but in reality, the divine realm didn't fall into the enemy's hands. Isn't it so? Fang Tian's sudden emergence salvaged the entire divine realm, while they are just a group of trash that sat idly by and reaped the fruits of others' labor. Chapter 1085, Blocking the Front Door and Face Slapping. Chapter 1085, Blocking the Front Door and Face Slapping. Senior's meaning is that the Holy Region is probably long aware of the existence of the Son of Heaven's mandate already. Hence, that's why they would intentionally preserve their strength. Yi Yuan understood with a snap and guessed. If the fiend race really unified the divine realm, even if the Holy Region was a tortoise SHELL, with the fiend race gathering the entire divine realm's strength to assault it, its SHELL would also be broken. This point, it was impossible that the Holy Region's powerhouses did not figure out. The only possibility was that they knew that there was someone capable of saving the divine realm. That was why they harbored the thinking of not taking sides in order to save their own skin and deliberately not exert strength. Long Tung smiled coldly and said, the human race and fiend races, war has lasted for at least 1,000,000 years. What's strange about a major power with a long-standing inheritance like the Holy Region knowing about this? It's just that their actions are truly beneath contempt. Didn't think that 50,000 years have said, but they are still like this. Hearing Long Tung say so, Yi Yuan was also contemptuous toward the Holy Region to the extreme in his heart. This kind of major matter that concerned the entire divine realm's survival, the Holy Region, as the divine realm's #1 major force, actually wanted to look on with folded arms. Truly disgraceful to the extreme. Other people fought dauntlessly in BLOODY battles, but they sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, stepping on other people's skeletons to move up. Furthermore, this actually even became a tradition. 50,000 years ago was like this. 50,000 years later today was similarly like so. Yi Yuan said, Cloud Sky Old Punk definitely didn't enter closed seclusion. He wants to use the delay tactic to let me beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Ha ha! How can Yi Yuan, be so easy to send away? Long Ting shook his head and said, "It's no use. He has already made up his mind to not see you. Even if you knock on his door to beg him, he won't meet you either." Yi Yuan did not speak and started pacing slowly inside the room. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he shut up and did not speak as well. He knew that Yi Yuan was definitely thinking of a way. After some time, a hint of a smile surfaced on Yi Yuan's face. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he knew that there was a chance. Heavenly St. Plaza was the Holy Region's largest public square. The human traffic here was immensely heavy. It could be said to be one of the Holy City's most prosperous areas. The second day morning, an additional stall appeared in the Heavenly St. Plaza. On the left and right side of the stall, each had an enormous vertical scroll. On the left-hand side of the scroll was written, "All requests will be granted," while on the right-hand side of the scroll, it was "Not taking a single penny." The moment this lineup was put out, it immediately drew a large group of martial artists to crowd around. "Yi, what's this? Is it fortune-telling?" Martial artists all defy the heavens and change fate. How many believe in fate? Are you dumb? You look at this lineup. Does it look like fortune-telling? Quite a few medicinal cauldrons are placed over there. It's clearly refining pills on people's behalf. This means that helping people refine pills for free, there's still such a good thing, but even if it's free pill refinement, this brat is also 2C. Oh, C, KY, right? Still, all requests will be granted. Who does he think he is? Ha ha, you're out of touch with the outside world and its affairs, right? This young man isn't an ordinary person. He's the peak alchemy emperor, Qin Yunzi. Back then, Qin Yunzi didn't die. A trace of remnant soul fled to the lower realms, and he seized possession and revived. Qin Yunzi, my G. Oh, D. Qin Yunzi actually set up a stall to help people refine pills here. What does he want to do? Right beside is the Alchemist A.S. Association's headquarters. This is also too provocative, right? Yi Yuan Zident. 1. Tai was already not some secret now. The Holy City had no lack of some well-informed people who knew that Yi Yuan was Qin Yunzi. With this wave of discussion, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. What kind of status did the peak alchemy emperor Qin Yunzi have? If it was in the past, forget about begging him to refine pills. Even meeting him was extremely hard to come by. Today, he was actually helping people refine pills for free. Furthermore, on the scroll, it stated that all requests would be granted. More importantly, he actually set up a stall at the front gates of the Alchemist A.S. Association's headquarters. This was simply monumental. There had never been anyone who dared to provoke the Alchemist A.S. Association like this before. Even at the Medicine King Hall's most powerful and prosperous, they never did such a face-slapping action before either. The Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist A.S. Associations contending. That was all playing tricks in the dark. This sort of posturing and face-slapping action. It never happened before. Of course, even though the Medicine King Hall was impressive, the Alchemist A.S. Association was not to be trifled with either. Ji Xinyang's alchemy path strength was merely around on par with Jing Fengtian. Where did Qin Yunzi's courage come from to dare slap people's faces at their front door? At this time, the people surrounding the watching were many, but people who genuinely dared to come forward and request for pills, there was not a single one. This place was the Alchemist A.S. Association's front gate. Requesting Qin Yunzi for pills Wasn't this slapping the alchemist A.S. Association's face? Not everyone had this nerve to dare oppose the alchemist A.S. Association. Right then, a person suddenly scurried out from within the crowd. It was a middle-aged martial artist. It was only to see him come before Yi Yuan and immediately kneel down with a thud. "Lord Qingyunzi, I beg you, save this lowly one's wife." The middle-aged martial artist made a pitiful plea. This middle-aged martial artist was merely a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. In this holy city, he was merely a minor character that was not important. Yi Yuan, who was originally sitting rigidly upright, hurriedly went up to support the middle-aged martial artist when he saw him getting so worked up and said, "This elder brother, you don't have to be like this. Since I said that all requests will be granted, no matter who comes, I won't reject it. Speak about it. What's the matter with your wife?" The moment the middle-aged martial artist heard, he could not help being overjoyed and hastily recounted his wife's situation briefly. This middle-aged martial artist was called Lu Wu. Half a year ago, he and his wife went to a mystic realm in the holy region to search for treasures. He did not expect that his wife would be bitten by a little snake, a small snake that did not take human form. They did not pay attention at that time as well, and continued going deep in after expelling the poison. But very soon, Lu Wu discovered something amiss. Many red spots quickly erupted on his wife's body, then her skin started to fester. Until now, Lu Wu's wife's body was practically completely rotten already, looking as if her life was almost going to be lost. He sought medical help from the alchemist A.S. Association's alchemist, but the alchemist A.S. Association's alchemy saint could not diagnose it at all. As for alchemy venerable powerhouses, Lu Wu could not afford that money at all. And the alchemy venerable that he found said that without heavenly essence crystals, there was no talk. Lu Wu loved his wife deeply. Hence, he pestered that alchemy venerable every day, hoping to be able to use his sincerity to move the other party. Except, he did not appreciate it at all. He did not think that coming over today. He just happened to see Yi Yuan set up a stall here. He did not recognize Yi Yuan either. But when he heard that this one in front of him was the widely renowned Lord Qingyunzi, he did not hesitate in the slightest to be the first one to step forward. Hearing Lu Wu's stances, Yi Yuan immediately had a sudden realization and said, "That's a 7 extreme dual flower snake. Its venom has 2 kinds of toxins. One type is active, very easy to expel, but the other type is dormant, exceedingly difficult to detect. One who expel this poison, one requires a Tier 8 medicinal pill, the Tai Clear Wind pill." The moment Lu Wu heard, his face revealed a look of wild elation. A peak alchemy emperor was a peak alchemy emperor. Just listening to his description, he determined what kind of poison his wife was inflicted with. That alchemy saint was simply weak to the max. But the elated feelings on his face died down very quickly. He said with a dejected look, "Lord Qingyunzi, I can't afford Tier 8 spirit medicines." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No worries, I still have some Tier 8 spirit medicines on me. Just happen to have the spirit medicines to refine the Tai Clear Wind pill. I'll refine it for you right away." Chapter 1086, Quan Xingzi's Headache. Chapter 1086, Quan Xingzi's Headache, one rock kicking up a tidal wave. After consuming the medicinal pill, in less than an hour, Lu Wu's wife recovered. He brought his wife to the Heavenly Saint Plaza and was endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only urged this husband and wife couple away after about a persuasion. With this, many people were no longer calm. The alchemist A.S. Association's alchemists all had their noses pointing up at the sky. How could they be as amiable and approachable as Lord Qingyunzi? More importantly, Lord Qingyunzi did not take a single cent for the pill refinement, and even chipped in spirit medicines. This sort of opportunity, go where to find. I was recently just about to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill, 3 lives profound gate pill. The spirit medicines are finally collected, but the price demanded by the alchemist A.S. Association's alchemy emperor, I can't afford it at all. Me too. My immortal polyporous soul recall pill has also just gathered together the spirit medicines, emptying out my bank, and even almost losing my small life. How is there still anything that those great deities in the alchemist A.S. Association will take fancy on? Lord Qingyunzi is a peak alchemy emperor. This kind of powerhouse personally refining pills for us. This sort of treatment can't be encountered even once in 10,000 years. Going past this village, there wouldn't be this shop anymore. Yi Yuan said it. He would only refine Tier 9 and above medicinal pills. The rest would be handed to his pupils and grandpupil to refine. Lu Wu's medicinal pill was refined by Gu Yu. Gu Yu, Xiao Ruyan, and Rundong, the 3 people taking action. Ordinary medicinal pills were naturally nothing difficult. With somebody striding out the first step, how could each and every one of those Tao profound realm powerhouses still be able to remain calm? It was not that these Tao profound realm powerhouses were miserly, but that Tier 9 spirit medicines seriously burned too much money, and inviting ordinary alchemy emperors to take action. The price normally far exceeded the price of a medicinal pill itself. There was no choice. Alchemists were really a scarce species. Each and every one was in high demand. Even if you did not look for them, there would already be a whole group of people queuing to find them to refine pills. How could there be like today, refining pills completely free? What was Nabal was that Lord Qingyunzi was far stronger compared to those guys with eyes at the top of their heads. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A Tao profound realm martial artist came before Yi Yuan, bowed down, and said, "This lowly one wants to refine a 3 lives profound gate pill. Can your excellency please take action and refine it?" Yi Yuan did not put on the slightest bit of airs and said with a nod, "Take out the spirit medicines then." In less than 4 hours, a 3 lives profound gate pill came into existence, a transcendent grade pill. That Tao profound realm martial artist held the transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill, feeling like he was dreaming. If he went to find the alchemist A.S. Association's alchemy emperors to refine the 3 lives profound gate pill himself, it would at most be middle grade, even low grade, because he could not afford the price to let high-level alchemists take action. When ordinary initial stage alchemy emperors refined Tier 9 medicinal pills, being able to refine out middle grade was already considered pretty good. But now, he obtained a transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill. "Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi. Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi." He held the medicinal pill in both hands and immediately knelt down. To be able to make a Tao profound realm powerhouse agitated. How important this medicinal pill was to him could be imagined. Peak alchemy emperor is peak alchemy emperor. This alchemy skill is simply AG. Oh, do you like technique? Yeah, I saw before the alchemist A.S. Association's high-rank alchemy emperor refine pills before. At that time, it was greatly astonies. I plussing, but compared to Lord Qingyunzi, he's too trashy. Furthermore, this is a Tier 9 medicinal pill, refining it in 4 hours, and it's even transcendent grade. What kind of concept was this? If Lu Wu's incident was just a preface, then this 3 lives profound gate pill just now ignited a bomb and immediately blew up in the heavenly St. Plaza. No one could resist the allure of a transcendent grade, Tier 9 medicinal pill. Those Tao profound powerhouses swarmed forward like bees, scrambling after one another to let Yi Yuan help them refine medicinal pills. At this time, they already could not be bothered with whatever alchemist A.S. association anymore. Could the alchemist A.S. association let a peak alchemy emperor help them refine pills? Would the alchemist A.S. association help them refine pills for free? They would not. This sort of situation was precisely what Yi Yuan had foreseen long ago. What he wanted was this effect. He did not believe that those alchemist A.S. association fellows could still sit still. As the Holy City's subsidiary, the alchemist A.S. association helped the Holy City to AMA's innumerable riches, letting the Holy City's alchemists have endless resources to groom their descendants' strength. Smacking the alchemist A.S. association's face, they would definitely go find Cloud Sky. This was Yi Yuan's plan. You don't come out, I'll force you out. Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Tao laws became increasingly deeper currently. Right now, refining these Tier 9 medicinal pills was already at his fingertips and did not take too much time at all. If he was willing, he could even refine a large pile of arcane insight, rank medicinal pills. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice, "No need to worry, one by one. Those that need to refine Tier 9 medicinal pills, queue up on my side. Those who need to refine Tier 8 and below medicinal pills, go to the 3 of them there to queue. The few of them are my pupils and grand pupil. Their alchemy path strengths are still Pa-S, Sable, so everyone rest assured. However, if there are people who want to stir up trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous." Ao Qian and the few void mystic powerhouses released their auras. Those martial artists who were just about to cut queue and start a fight immediately shriveled up. With Ao Qian Kuang Tianming and Jiang Taitsong present, the order at the scene was maintained very quickly. Hence, Yi Yuan and the others started refining pills one by one according to the order. SMAs, H, plus inside the alchemist A.S. association. Chuanqing Zi smashed the cup in his hand into pieces. Sup 1/sup. Bullying others too much. Bullying others too much. Qingyun Zi, this punk, is getting more and more lawless. To actually dare block the alchemist A.S. association's front door and use this sort of underhanded trick to deal with the alchemist A.S. association. He's challenging the entire alchemy world here. Chuanqing Zi howled. Only later on did Chuanqing Zi know that that young man he wanted to recruit was actually Ji Qingyun. Even he, this person who was almost entering the coffin, felt his face burn red hot at that time too. Before reincarnating, Ji Qingyun's strength already surpassed him, this veteran peak alchemy emperor. Furthermore, the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist A.S. association had always been at loggerheads. He was actually silly enough to go and recruit Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan had an incomparably arrogant attitude back then, making practically unable to step down the stage. Thinking about it now, he was completely making things hard on him on purpose back then. And now, this guy actually ran to his doorstep to slap faces. One had to know, inviting alchemists to take action to refine pills, the price was very costly. This was the alchemy world's rule, because the resources required for grooming an alchemist was far greater compared to a martial artist. Yi Yuan helping martial artists refine medicinal pills for free. This was breaking the rules. How could Chuanqing Zi not be furious? But Ji Qingyun is all alone in the world right now without any attachments. We can't do anything to him at all, unless the one speaking was one of the Alchemist A.S. association's 3 great peak alchemy emperors, Gudao Zi. At this time, he made a neck-swiping hand gesture. The meaning was actually to kill Yi Yuan, But Chuanqingzi shook his head at that and said, "Do you think that Ji Qingyun, that boy, is so easy to deal with? You look at who those people around him are. Just the void, mystic, realm martial artists number quite a few. Jing Fengtian isn't around either. Sigh, what a headache." Chapter 1087. Still need you to teach me? Chapter 1087. Still need you to teach me? He merely brought along 3 void mystic powerhouses. Inside the holy city, there are no less than 5 void mystic powerhouses. Wanting to deal with him shouldn't be difficult, right? Gudao Zi said with a frown. The holy city was the place where powerhouses gathered. Although void mystic powerhouses were seldom seen, they were no big deal to the holy city. Even if the strongest heaven-stabilizing divine king and Jing Fengtian were not around, no one dared to act wildly in the holy city too. Chuanqingzi gave Gudaozi a glance and said with a bitter smile, "You just exited seclusion and might not know yet. The current Yi Yuan is already no longer that Ji Qingyun who studies alchemy Tao wholeheartedly. The holy city's strength, even a fool knows. For him to dare to do this, could it be that he would have something to rely on? This brat has a divine artifact in his hands. If he were so easy to deal with, you think Cloud Sky, that fellow, wouldn't covet it?" When Gudaozi heard the 2 words divine artifact, his entire body involuntarily quivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just left seclusion and really did not know about the outside world's affairs. Did not think that the Ji Qingyun, who disappeared for 20 years, actually had such a precious treasure on him presently. Then you and I go out to work things out with him. If he loses, he can't go so far as to be utterly devoid of shame, and still refine pills for free here, right? Gudaozi thought about it and said, he left seclusion recently and had new comprehension of alchemy Tao again. Just nice, borrow this opportunity to display his strength in front of the world. Chuanqingzi shot him a glance and said with a sigh, "You might not believe it if I say it. You go and take a look at him refining pills yourself then." These 20 years, not only did his alchemy path strength not decline, it improved further instead. If he has divine king cultivation realm currently, his alchemy path strength would probably already not lose out to the Ji Zhengyang before death. "What did you say?" Gudaozi's eyes went wide, filled with disbelief. He had just exited seclusion and was called over by Chuanqingzi and had yet to have time to go see Yi Yuan refine pills. But Yi Yuan stirring up such a huge commotion, it was impossible for Chuanqingzi to not pay attention at all. He had long observed Yi Yuan refine pills in secret. It would have been fine if he didn't, but this observation really gave him a fright. He had never thought that refining Tier 9 medicinal pills would be so effortless, even for the Ji Qingyun back then. There was also absolutely impossible to reach this sort of degree. That could only mean that Yi Yuan's current alchemy path strength was even stronger than his past life. Going to find him to compete in alchemy now wasn't it looking for a face slapping himself? It was fine if they won, but if they really lost, the Alchemist A.S. Association would not be able to lift its head up. It has just been 20 years' time. What right does he have? Gudaozi felt that this world was too unreasonable. In just 20 years, he only improved that tiny hint and was already patting himself on the back. But Ji Qingyun, actually already reached the true pinnacle of this divine realm. What was the true peak? That was the likes of Jing Fengtian and Ji Zhengyang. Gudaozi was very confident in his alchemy skills, but compared to Jing Fengtian, he could only concede. Chuanqingzi let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, "This is a true genius. Even if you and I exhausted all the strength of a lifetime, we're also unable to catch up. Although I don't wish to admit it, that of being hailed as the closest to alchemy G. Oh, D-Realm, it wasn't joking around. You think about it yourself. Apart from him, who else is capable of achieving such heights at this age? Gudao Zi was demotivated. Chuanqing Zi's words beat him down until he was black and blue all over. This can't do. That won't work either. Then what in the world should we do? Gudao Zi said, rather frustratedly. Chuanqing Zi said helplessly, Forget it, forget it. You brat producing such a great commotion. Isn't it in order to force me to go look for Cloud Sky? I'll go, all right. Chuanqing Zi did not hesitate and immediately came over to find Cloud Sky. Cloud Sky could choose not to give Yi Yuan face and avoid meeting him, but towards Chuanqing Zi, he was unable to ignore. For the holy region to have such a flurries. Plussing situation today, the Alchemist A.S. Association contributed immensely. Furthermore, the Alchemist A.S. Association spanned the entire divine realm. From a certain degree, it controlled every corner of the divine realm. This was another type of reigning method, but it was very effective. Putting aside official business, Cloud Sky himself also had to look for Chuanqing Zi for help. The medicinal pills that his level required. Only Chuanqing Zi could refine them. If they really pressed the Alchemist A.S. Association into a corner, the holy city would also not be able to bear the consequences. Upon meeting, Chuanqing Zi had a stomach full of grievances. Cloud Sky, the matter outside is stirred up so significantly. Don't tell me that you don't know anything at all. I say, what's your idea here? Could it be that the A.S. Association's reputation getting damaged have benefits to the holy city? Chuanqing Zi said with a black face. Cloud Sky originally still had the idea of sitting it out and watching the tigers fight, but did not think that the Alchemist A.S. Association did not even let out a fart, and Chuanqing Zi immediately rushed over already. Ha! Old chap, don't be agitated. How can this cloud have that intention? I even thought that you had immediately come out and bring down that punk's prestige. Isn't this a chance to walk with your head held high to you guys? Cloud Sky said with a laugh. It was fine if Cloud Sky did not say it. The moment he said it, Chuanqing Zi became even more incensed. Walk with my head held high? My A.S. What will I compete with him in? Competing in mystic grade medicinal pills. There are so many people at the Heavenly Saint Plaza. You want this old man to thicken the skin on my face to bully an initial rank alchemy emperor? Chuanqing Zi said crossly. Cloud Sky said with an obsequious smile, then compete in tier 9 medicinal pills. Old chap, could it be that your strength can't beat a 3rd level Dao profound brat still? Even though he seized possession and revived, his reputation of a peak alchemy emperor is still there in any case. If you beat him and, body would talk behind your back, right? Chuanqing Zi darted him a glance and smiled coldly without speaking. In front of Cloud Sky, he could not very well say that he was not Yi Yuan's match, right? But him not speaking, the meaning was already very apparent. The moment Cloud Sky saw, he understood in his heart and could not help being very amazed as he said, This brat is actually so formidable. Chuanqing Zi said with a cold smile, What do you think? Could it be that this old man doesn't know such a simple logic either? Still need you to teach me? His meaning was that if he could beat Yi Yuan, he would have long taken action. Why would he wait until now still? Cloud Sky was endlessly astonished in his heart. He knew about Yi Yuan's commotion outside, but did not pay attention as well. Yi Yuan was merely 3rd level Dao, profound, currently. Even if he had his past life's alchemy path strength, he could not unleash his full strength either. A veteran guru, like Chuanqing Zi, dealing with him should not be an issue. He did not expect that they had not competed yet, and Chuanqing Zi already conceded straight away. Yi Yuan reincarnating was merely just roughly 20 years. During these 20 years, he definitely placed most of his energy on the martial path. Then the problem came. Where did he have excess energy to continue studying alchemy Dao? Seeing Cloud Sky stay silent, Chuanqingzi said with a cold snort, "Cloud Sky, I don't care what method you use. Send Ji Qingyan away from me. Otherwise, you can forget about taking away a single medicinal pill from the Alchemist A.S. Association from now onwards. This old man will do what I say. Goodbye." Chuanqingzi did not give Cloud Sky a chance to speak either. Throwing down this sentence, he immediately left. Cloud Sky frowned for an instant and instructed people, "Call Guisu to invite Yi Yuan over. Immediately. At once." Chapter 1088. Who has your ATT? I.Tude when inviting people. Chapter 1088. Who has your ATT? Tude when inviting people. When Guisu came to the Heavenly Saint Plaza, it was as unpleasant as having eaten a fly in his heart. He really could not figure it out. Lord Cloud Sky already said that he would not meet Ji Qingyan, so why would he make him come and find him again so anxiously? Furthermore, he even had to have a pleasant countenance and be sure to invite over. Wasn't this wanting a person's life? Waves of shocked exclamations came from the Heavenly Saint Plaza from time to time. Those were all cries of shock due to Yi Yuan's consummate alchemy skills. Yi Yuan already refined for a day and night in the plaza and refined over 20 medicinal pills. Even so, when those people saw Yi Yuan's D-like alchemy skills, they still felt lost in wonder. The refinement of a peak alchemy emperor was not what anyone could see. Too newfangled. "All move aside for me." Guisu shouted fiercely in a cold voice. Those Dao profound powerhouses were all taken aback, with fright by this roar. That void mystic realm pressure immediately sent their displeasure packing. Looking again, it was actually Guisu, the purple gold hall's head seat. They were all incredibly astonished, especially those Dao profound realm martial artists that had not reached their turn yet. Each and everyone could not help crying bitterness without ceasing. Looking at Guisu's appearance, it was clearly coming to find trouble. It seemed like the holy city finally could not resist and was going to intervene. This way, wouldn't their medicinal pills have no way of refining anymore? Guisu parted the crowd and came before Yi Yuan, but he was immediately stopped by Ao Qian. Guisu's brows furrowed, and he said icily, "What? This place is the holy city. You dare to act wildly here?" Ao Qian said with a disdainful look, "A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully, using the holy city to scare your grandpa, Ao? Your father will act wildly today. So what about it? If you dare to interrupt His Excellency's pill refinement, do you believe that your father will pummel you until even your mother can't recognize you?" Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath of air. Someone who dared to be so rampant in the holy city, this was still their first time seeing. Guisu was the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. Furthermore, he was a void mystic powerhouse. It was basically able to represent the holy city's ATT, Tude already. Moreover, they all knew that this Purple Gold Hall's head disciple was not so easygoing. Just as everyone thought that Guisu was going to explode, something that made their eyes fall out happened. At first, Guisu really blew his top, but upon recalling Lord Cloudsky's words, he forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a cold voice, "Then I'll wait for him to finish refining." Done talking, Guisu hugged his sword and retreated to one side and stared at Yi Yuan refining pills coldly. S dropped onto the floor. When did the Guisu whose arrogance reached the clouds become so nice to talk to? Ao Qian looked at him and similarly said with a cold smile, "Good that you're sensible." By the side, Guasu's expression gradually became solemn as he watched Yi Yuan refine pills. He had seen before Yi Yuan refine pills, but the current Yi Yuan seemed to be even more formidable than compared to the past. Prior to this, Cloud Sky called him over and said a whole bunch to his face, but did not give a reason to invite Yi Yuan over. But now, he seemed to somewhat understand. Even though Guasu was conceited, he was also an extremely intelligent person. Guessing it to the alchemist, A.S. Association delaying and taking action, then linking it to Cloudsky's change in attitude, he finally figured it out. But letting him come and invite Yi Yuan, he was still 100 times unwilling. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan definitely would not give him a good attitude in a short while. Yi Yuan seemed to spend significantly more time compared to before when refining this medicinal pill. Originally, he required roughly 4 hours to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill, even lesser time. But this medicinal pill was already refined for a full 4 hours. Guasu was restless and uneasy by the side, but was powerless to do anything. He did not know, but the other martial artists all saw through it. Yi Yuan was deliberately hanging him out to dry. Finally, this medicinal pill was done. Guasu, whose patience was already wearing thin, already immediately stepped forward, stopped Yi Yuan, and he said with a somber look, "Ji Qingyun, may I have a word with you?" However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him, circling right past him and came to the side of a Dao Profound Realm martial artist, giving the medicinal pill to the other party cordially. Transcendent grade, medicinal pill again. Lord Qingyunzi is truly remarkable. The medicinal pills refined these 2 days. Each one was transcendent grade. No idea who let out a sigh of admiration in the crowd. Everyone all deeply felt that way too, and nodded their heads. This Tier 9 withered glory pill's medicinal strength is too powerful. With your current strength, you're completely unable to fully refine it. At that time, it will cause considerable damage to your internal organs. After going back, you can search for Essence Creek Spirit Milk to dissolve this pill, then split into 5 times to consume. This way, not only can it let you absorb the medicinal pill's medicinal strength adequately, there won't be any side effects. Understand? Yi Yuan instructed that martial artist. That martial artist had a look of gratitude. Prostrating on the ground, he said, "Thank you very much, Lord Qingyunzi." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need to be overly courteous. Who's next?" With this question, there was complete silence. Guosu was currently glaring like a ravening tiger. Who dared to answer him? "Ji Qingyun, this is the holy city. I'm currently standing here. Without my approval, which of them dare to find you to refine pills?" Guasu said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at him as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then that means that as long as you're not here, they can find me to refine pills?" Guasu was stunned and had yet to figure out what was happening when Yi Yuan said to Ao Qian, "Old Ao, throw this noisy fellow out." "Yes, my lord." Ao Qian had an excited look and was about to take action to deal with Guasu. Guasu's face fell, and he said furiously, "Ji Qingyun, you're simply impervious to reason. I'm not here to pick a fight with you. I just want to invite you to make a trip to the Heavenly Saint Pag." "Oh, Heavenly Saint Pag. Oh, was the holy city's core. Also the place where the holy city's 3T. Itans were at. One could say that the Heavenly Saint Pag. Oh, was the holy city's brain." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Inviting people? Is there inviting people with your attitude? This young master refining pills for free here is benefiting the holy city's martial artists. You actually threaten them. What are your intentions?" Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one. Guasu's face turned black, and he said, "Lord Cloud Sky is waiting for you in the Heavenly Saint Pag." Oh, duh. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a look of surprise, Cloud Sky? Isn't he in close seclusion, not seeing anyone? Lord Cloud Sky is one of the holy city's 3T. Tans. Each time he enters close seclusion, it will affect the holy city's safety. If he wants to be in close seclusion, then let him stay in seclusion a while more. How can I go and meet him? Guo Su's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He even hauled Cloud Sky out. He did not think that Yi Yuan would not give face at all. Back then, Cloud Sky used closed seclusion as an excuse. But now, Yi Yuan used these words to retaliate. How ironic! Yi Yuan continued saying unhurriedly, You go back and tell Cloud Sky, say that I have plenty of time. So, let him slowly be in closed seclusion. There is no need to hurry. The holy city's martial artists are still very warm-hearted, and their need for medicinal pills are also very great. Just nice, I can let my few pupils and grand-pupil practice. When everybody's strength increases and the fiend race attacks, our human race can also have an additional portion of assurance. Yi Yuan's words made everyone shudder from head to toe. Fiend race. What did Lord Qinyanzi's words mean? Guo Su was also stupefied, not expecting Yi Yuan to say such words. The matter of the fiend race, only the 3T, Tans that level knew. Although he was a void, mystic powerhouse, he completely had not entered the holy city's true nucleus yet. Chapter 1089. Not stooping to the same level as a junior. Chapter 1089. Not stooping to the same level as a junior. Lord Qinyanzi, just now you said, fiend race? A divine king powerhouse said, FLUS, tieredly. Although legends of the fiend race were few, the divine realm's martial artists were not absolutely ignorant. In history, the human race and the fiend race fought several times. It was impossible to not leave behind any traces at all. Except, legends were legends after all. Now that it was uttered from Yi Yuan's mouth, it was another feeling. Yeah, Lord Qinyanzi, the fiend race that you mentioned just now. What on earth is happening? Another divine king powerhouse asked. One could feel that the atmosphere in the plaza became somewhat different. A kind of atmosphere called fear gradually spread out. In the fragmented legends, the fiend race was famous for being powerful. They virtually possess undying bodies. Ji Qingyun, lay it out straight. What the L is going on? Guo Su said with a grim look. At this time, a horrifying to the extreme pressure descended from the sky. An old man in luxurious clothing stood in the air, appearing in the sky above the heavenly Saint Plaza. Lord Cloud Sky. It's Cloud Sky. Paying respects to Lord Cloud Sky. Paying respects to Lord Cloud Sky. This old man in magnificent clothing was precisely one of the holy city's 3T. Tans Cloud Sky. The holy city's 3T. Tans possessed a paramount position. Each and every one of them was existences equivalent to the 10 great divine kings. Even though Cloud Sky was not in the ranks of the 10 great divine kings, that was only because the heaven's secret tower only picked 10 great divine kings. His strength was similarly not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The moment Cloud Sky appeared, the martial artists in the holy city all bowed down in submission. The 3T, Tans were the G, DS in their eyes and hearts. Hoo, younger brother G, many years of not seeing, your elegance is even more noun said than in the past. This old man was in close seclusion a few days ago, resulting in neglecting younger brother. I hope that younger brother doesn't take offense. Cloud Sky stroked his beard and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, This old man really could act. Yi Yuan viciously looked down on this old dog in his heart. His appearance was really opportune. He was just about to say out the matter of the fiend race, and this guy jumped out. It was clearly deliberate, but since Cloud Sky personally showed up, it was inappropriate for him to carry on saying some things. Yi Yuan looked at Cloud Sky and said with a smile that was not a smile, not to the extent of neglecting. The Holy City's brothers and sisters are still very warm-hearted. I even thought that elder brother Cloud Sky is going to be in seclusion for 8 to 10 years. I may as well get closer to everybody. Cloud Sky knew that Yi Yuan was intentionally repulsing him. Forget about 8 to 10 years. At the rate you mess around with, wouldn't the entire Holy City be turned upside down by you in another few days? Ha! Look at what younger brother is saying. This old man just had some comprehensions recently and went into seclusion for a month's time. I just happened to exit seclusion today, and let Guisu invite you over. Who knew that this brat failed to live up to expectations and actually offended younger brother G? Going back, I'll definitely punish him severely. How could a cunning old fox like Cloud Sky be so easy to get along with? When speaking, there was no leakage of any kind, not giving Yi Yuan any chance to launch an attack at all. Yi Yuan understood that whatever severe punishment was complete rubbish. Even though Guisu was just a purple gold hall's disciple, in terms of status, he was comparable to an elder. Severely punish? Punish how? These words were merely said for Yi Yuan to hear, except these words in Guisu's ears was unprecedented humiliation. Lord Cloud Sky actually said that he wanted to punish him in front of so many martial artists for an outsider. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder brother Cloud Sky is treating me as if I am a stranger. With my status, could it be that I'm going to stoop to the level as a junior?" Guisu had not pulled himself together, yet when Yi Yuan's sentence gave him another 10,000-point violent strike, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This was too freaking capable of posturing. You are clearly someone of the same generation as me to actually raise your status yourself without any sense of shame at all. Not feeling ashamed uttering these sort of words? But the current situation, even if he was any more displeased, he could only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach. Didn't he hear Cloud Sky called younger brother again and again? Cloud Sky was his senior. The two people calling each other brothers. Wouldn't Yi Yuan become his senior? But the way the other martial artists saw it, Yi Yuan's words did not have any inappropriateness. The martial artist world had always been the one who attained first as the revered. Before reincarnation, Ji Qingyan was already talking on equal footing with the likes of Cloud Sky. Saying that he was a junior was also something very normal, even though Guisu already broke through to Void Mystic. Compared to an existence like Cloud Sky, the disparity was still too wide. It was just that Guisu himself did not think so. Cloud Sky chuckled and said, "Younger brother G's heart is big enough to sail a boat. Since that's the case, then I'll thank younger brother G on behalf of Guisu, this child. Younger brother G, this place isn't a venue to talk. Is it all right to have a hearty talk at the Heavenly Saint Pag?" "Oda?" Yi Yuan did not hesitate much either and nodded his head. Cloud Sky coming out. Free pill refinement. This play naturally could not carry on acting out anymore. But Yi Yuan was not really putting on an act either. Although his words were partially true, partially false, him helping these people refine pills naturally also had the intention of resisting the fiend race in it. It was impossible for him to help every martial artist refine pills. He could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Inside the Heavenly Saint Pag, Cloud Sky appeared incomparably cordial. But in his heart, he had a splitting headache over Yi Yuan. He discovered that the present Yi Yuan was really not that straightforward youth back then who only pursued alchemy Tao wholeheartedly anymore. Although it was just a small twisting of his arm, Cloud Sky was thoroughly defeated. In terms of scheming, in terms of methods, Ji Qingyan was absolutely a troublesome adversary. He was calculating in his heart how to send away this great deity. Serving up good tea, Cloud Sky retreated to the side and asked Yi Yuan with a radiant smile, "I wonder what business younger brother Ji came to the holy city this time for." Yi Yuan did not reply. He just looked at Cloud Sky with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he got Guseb. "You, MPS, seeing ghosts. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this brat obtain in 20 years? His entire person was completely reborn." Cloud Sky secretly cursed in his heart. "Ho-hoo, elder brother Cloud Sky, asking this. Could it be that I can't come and find you if there's nothing? Calculating it, you and I have not met for 50 to 60 years as well." Just as Cloud Sky was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloud Sky froze, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually say such words. He thought that Yi Yuan was going to mention the fiend races matter the moment he opened his mouth, and had long thought of a strategy to respond already. Either way, Zhuge Qingxian was not around. As long as he used unable to make the decision as the reason and pushed everything to Zhuge Qingxian, it would do. But Cloud Sky never thought that Yi Yuan actually started to chat about everyday life with him. The cannon that was prepared could not be fired. Cloud Sky nearly stifled out internal injuries. What kind of expression does elder brother Cloud Sky have? Could it be that elder brother Cloud doesn't care for this Ji to come and see you? Yi Yuan suddenly furrowed his brows and said. Only then did Cloud Sky come back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand and said smilingly, "No, no, of course not." For younger brother Ji to be able to think of elder brother can't even wait to be happy. How can I not care? Since younger brother came, why not stay in the holy city and play for a few more days? It also lets elder brother carry out the hospitality of a host. I care my ass. If I were to dare say a word of disagreement, you'd probably go to the plaza right away to refine pills again, right? This guy simply craves to see the world plunged into chaos. When Yi Yuan heard that, he nodded and said, "Since elder brother is so warm-hearted, then this Ji thanks elder brother for your hospitality." Chapter 1090, Blood Rain Wilderness. Chapter 1090, Blood Rain Wilderness. The smile on Cloudsky's face was somewhat awkward. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually climbed up along the shaft and immediately agreed to it. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this brat was planning on staying behind to fight a protracted war? Cloud Sky discovered that he actually could not figure out Yi Yuan's thoughts. This punk completely did not play cards according to order. He clearly came for the matter of the fiend race, and also successfully forced him out, but kept his mouth shut about the fiend race's matter. What was this playing at? Yi Yuan's words were said until Cloud Sky did not even know how he should follow up. Yi Yuan did not care about Cloudsky's awkwardness at all, and said smilingly, "The holy city is the divine realm's leader. This Ji has admired for a long time already. Coming this time, I can just take this opportunity to go on a proper sightseeing. Only a ghost would believe you." Cloud Sky was unhappy in his heart, but had a smile on his face as he said, "If younger brother Ji wants to sightsee, this old man can personally be a guide." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need for that. Elder brother Cloud Sky deals with a host of problems every day. How can you take time from your main duties and attend to this sort of small matter? Moreover, there are still quite a number of people in the Heavenly Saint Plaza waiting for this Ji to go and refine pills. If elder brother Cloud Sky were to follow me and refine pills all the way, how boring is that?" Cloud Sky was speechless. This brat went one big circle and actually circled back around. Cloudsky's expression darkened. He had also discerned that Yi Yuan had long known about the holy city's attitude. Hence, That was why he did not mention a word about the matter of the fiend race. But now, Yi Yuan continued to linger around and not leave. It seemed like he had other requests. This beating around the bush, no idea how long this brat was going to beat around for. Gee, brat, what the H-E-L-I do you want? But I warn you, don't be too overboard. The holy city's mane are not what you're capable of stroking. Cloudsky's speed of turning hostile was even faster than turning pages of a book. Just now, he was still all smiles and friendliness. At this instant, he struck with the force of a thunderbolt. The moment his void, mystic realm aura released, that sense of oppression came from head-on. A profound power of laws instantly appeared on Yi Yuan's body. Cloudsky's oppressive sensation instantly dissipated to nothing. Cloudsky's expression changed, and he said grimly, "Divine Tao laws. You actually comprehended divine inscriptions." Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Elder brother Cloudsky's skill of turning hostile has truly attained the acme of perfection. This G is in admiration. But to say stroking your whiskers, it seems like I've already stroked before. After that, you still invited me here." Cloud Sky could not help freezing when he heard that. When did this boy become so razor-tongued? Put away that ruse of yours. With your strength and status, if you really have confidence in making me stay, you'd have probably long made a move, right? About the divine artifact on this G, I don't believe that you aren't moved at all. Yi Yuan continued with a calm and composed appearance. Cloud Sky was utterly defeated and instantly recalled his aura looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. It was not once or twice that he had dealings with Yi Yuan, but he had never felt nowhere to bite down like today before. As one of the holy city's 3Tans, Cloud Sky always held a pearl of wisdom in his hands, taking every conceivable possibility into account. But facing Yi Yuan, he had a feeling of having his hands and feet tied up today. What the H-E-L-I do you want? Cloud Sky asked with a black face. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "I want to enter the blood rain wilderness." Cloudsky's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Impossible." Toward Cloudsky's reaction, Yi Yuan did not feel surprised. He just said calmly, "You know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, so you want to let me duke it out with the fiend race unchecked. Hence, that's why you didn't make a move on me. But how much threat do you think I can pose to the fiend race with my current realm?" Cloudsky's expression changed again and again. He was almost breaking down. Yi Yuan actually even knew this sort of thing. The son of heaven's mandate, as well as the matter of the fiend race, were both the divine realm's secrets. Many super holy lands with shallow foundations did not even know. He did not think that Yi Yuan had actually long known that he was the son of heaven's mandate. That was fine, but he actually even knew that the holy city knew that he was the son of heaven's mandate. It sounded somewhat awkward, but the astonishment in Cloudsky's heart could not be any greater. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, and he welcomed Cloudsky's gaze just like this. After a long time, Cloud Sky finally recovered from his shock and drew a deep breath as he said, "How did you know? If you didn't want people to know, best if you didn't do it. How I found out, you don't need to care. I'm only asking you, agree or not?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Cloud Sky narrowed his eyes and said, "If I don't agree, I'll go right now. But before long, the entire divine realm will know about the holy city's filthy past. How do you think martial artists all over the world will view you guys?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Do you think that they will believe you or believe the holy city?" Cloud Sky said with a cold snort, "My words alone are naturally inconsequential, but if the demon region's 4 great divine beasts progenies united and voice up 50,000 years ago, the ones who fought dauntlessly in B-L-O-O-D, why battles were them? I think body has a greater right to speak than them, right? Cloud Sky discovered that the things Yi Yuan knew were far more than he imagined. Humph! This old man knows that you're bearing dragon blood, but how proud are the 4 great divine beasts' progenies? Will they listen to you ordering them around? Cloud Sky said with a cold snort. Not that Cloud Sky was out of touch with the outside world, but that the exchanges between the human race and demon region were too few. The matter of the Medicine King Hall Ambus. Plussing the White Tiger clan. The Holy City had somewhat heard of it, but the rest he did not know, especially the Azure Dragon clan and White Tiger clan's internal affairs. Cloud Sky was even less informed. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "You might not know yet, but this Ji is currently the Dragon clan's common lord, while my brother, White Light, is of the perfect white tiger physique that's hard to encounter once in 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan. Do you think that I have this capability or not?" Cloudsky's body trembled all over, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He wanted to see through that Yi Yuan was lying from his eyes, but he was disappointed. No idea when Yi Yuan had an additional fire rod in his hands. Seeing that fire rod, Cloudsky's eye, nearly fell out. "I think you should be very curious about what this divine artifact in my hand is. With the Holy City's foundation, it shouldn't be that you don't recognize it, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "Sacred Dragon token? How is this possible?" Before Divine Tao disappeared, the Sacred Dragon token had already vanished. Why would it appear in your hands? Cloud Sky said in disbelief. At this instant, he no longer doubted Yi Yuan's words anymore. The Dragon Clan's ancestral teachings, Cloud Sky was naturally aware. Yi Yuan holding the Sacred Dragon token in his hands, then he was the Dragon Clan's common lord. This point, there was nothing to doubt. Except, he was very perplexed. Why would the Dragon Clan's supreme divine artifact acknowledge Yi Yuan, a human, as their leader? Looking at the Sacred Dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands, Cloud Sky suddenly had an intense notion of forcibly taking possession of it. He knew that this Sacred Dragon token was not an ordinary divine artifact, but a legendary heavenly divine artifact. Even in the Divine Tao era, it was exceedingly rare as well. However, after a fierce mental struggle, he finally still gave up. The Son of Heaven's mandate carried the mandate of heaven. There had never been a slip-up since time immemorial. No matter how strong Cloud Sky was, it was also not possible to defy heaven. Today, the shock that Yi Yuan gave him was too many. He was seriously unable to imagine what on earth Yi Yuan experienced in these 20 years. "Fine then, I promise you. But you can only go in alone." Cloud Sky finally still compromised. Chapter 1091, Forever Can't Compare to Chapter 1091, Forever Can't Compare to the Divine. Realm had 2 great lands teeming with spirit medicines. One of them was naturally the immemorial medicine garden, while the other was the Holy City's blood-rain wilderness, different from the immemorial medicine gardens once every 500 years opening. The blood-rain wilderness was the private property of the Holy City and the Alchemist Association. If they wanted to go in, they could do so at any time. The blood-rain wilderness was a mystic realm. The entrance was inside the heavenly Saint Pag. Bystanders were completely unable to enter. Of course, the blood-rain wilderness was similarly very dangerous. Inside was the playground of desolate beasts. It was precisely because so that the blood-rain wilderness had always been the place where the Holy City trained the disciples under them. However, the blood-rain wilderness had a total of 7 levels. Each level was more dangerous than the other. The Holy City training their disciples was also merely within the first 2 levels. After the 3rd level, without void mystic realm strength, those who enter would definitely die. Yi Yuan had heard Ji Zhengyang mention before. It was said that the deepest area of the holy city reached even the 6th level, but no one had ever ventured into the fabled 7th level before. Even Zhuge Qingxian also did not dare to enter the 7th level. Of course, all of these were just legends. Whether or not Zhuge Qingxian entered the 7th level before, probably only he himself knew. The reason why the Blood Rain Wilderness got its name was that blood rain was always falling inside this mystic realm. This blood rain was not a bad thing. Instead, it contained terrifying essence energy and could help martial artists to break through. All in all, this Blood Rain Wilderness was a treasure land. Originally, it was not the time yet for the trial of the Holy City's disciples. But because of Yi Yuan's request, Cloud Sky had no choice but to bring forward the trial this time. Opening the Blood Rain Wilderness naturally had to expend considerable resources. It was impossible for Cloud Sky to open it specifically for Yi Yuan alone. Moreover, if he really let Yi Yuan go in alone, Cloud Sky would be worried too. Entering the Blood Rain Wilderness this time was a trial in name, but in reality it was more important to keep tabs on Yi Yuan. Of course, it was not by relying on those Tao Profound Realm and Divine King Realm disciples, but by relying on Guosu and the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King was a void mystic powerhouse on the same level as the Extreme Sword Divine King. But if they really fought, the Extreme Sword Divine King was probably not the Spirit Hound Divine King's match. The reason why the Spirit Hound Divine King got his name was that he always brought a contract beast along by his side, the Howling Sky Divine Hound. This Howling Sky Divine Hound was similarly a void mystic powerhouse. He did not take human form. When coupled together with the Spirit Hound Divine King, ordinary void mystic powerhouses were really not a match. With him leading the team to keep watch on Yi Yuan, Cloud Sky was naturally REA's short. It was because Yi Yuan agreed to his request to enter the Blood Rain Wilderness alone. Ao Qian, Kuang Tianming, Jiang Taitsong, even Wan Shuangzhou, they were all not allowed to enter this time. Yi Yuan agreeing to this request naturally made his group of subordinates endlessly worried. "My lord, it's too dangerous for you to enter by yourself. Better bring old Ao along." Ao Qian said, "My lord, this Blood Rain Wilderness isn't a safe place. I heard that the Holy City once had quite a few void mystic realm elders perish inside too. How can it do for you to enter alone?" Jiang Taitsong said, "Younger brother, this trip is perilous. You need to think thrice before you act. That pair of dog person isn't anything good. What if they harm you inside?" Kuang Tianming also urged. The dog person he was talking about was naturally the Spirit Hound Divine King and his dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all don't have to worry. Just wait for me outside. At most half a year's time, I'll definitely come out." Yi Yuan agreed to Cloudsky's terms. He naturally would not stupidly leave a bunch of people at the Holy City either. He made Cloud Sky swear a heavenly Tao oath to ensure the safety of Ao Qian and the rest inside the city before setting his mind at ease and leaving. Cloud Sky, not daring to make a move on him, was because he could not see through him. But once he entered the Blood Rain Wilderness, it was hard to guarantee that he would not make a move on Ao Qian and the rest. On the other side, Cloud Sky also grabbed hold of the Spirit Hound Divine King and Guosu and personally gave confidential instructions on how to proceed. For Ji Qingyan to want to enter the Blood Rain Wilderness, he's definitely aiming for the spirit medicines inside. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath that he would at most only harvest 5 stalks of spirit medicine. But I feel that the spirit medicines he wants to find are definitely not simple. Perhaps he's aiming for the 5th level. You guys got to remember to absolutely not let him enter the 5th level. Understood? Cloud Sky said with incomparable solemnness. The Spirit Hound Divine King remained silent. He just nodded his head, slightly. But Guisu answered, "Yes, Lord Cloud Sky." Cloud Sky gave Guisu a glance and reminded, "I know that you remain unconvinced towards him in your heart. But trust me, you're not his match. Guisu, you're the Holy City's future. You have to have a longer-term view of the situation. Ji Qingyun is someone destined to die, but the one who kills him definitely won't be you. When you reign the divine realm in the future, he'd long be a withered skeleton in the graveyard already." When Guisu heard that, he had all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. Cloudsky's words had a deep meaning, but one thing was very clear, that was that he was inferior to Ji Qingyun. Furthermore, it was that he was forever inferior. Only after Ji Qingyun died could he have a chance to Serpa S the former. He understood the logic, but was even more unconvinced in his heart. Based on what that he was inferior to Ji Qingyun, he could not compare to the previous life's Ji Qingyun. Could it be that he could not even compare to this 3rd-level Dao profound rookie in front of him, carrying this grievance and unwillingness to submit? Guisu entered the blood-rain wilderness. A continuous pattering of blood-red drizzle lightly brushed on everyone's faces, rousing people's spirits. Traces of essence energy entered the body through the skin, then converged into the essence energy sea. Yi Yuan felt that his 3rd-level Dao profound that had just broken through not long ago gradually consolidating. Originally, Yi Yuan forcing Cloud Sky out, he did indeed thought of ruthlessly berating the other party by enumerating his wrongdoings. But later on, he changed his mind. Rather than hope for the Holy City to deal with the fiend race, he might as well increase his strength himself to defend the divine realm. Since he was the son of heaven's mandate, then he should shoulder the responsibility of this era. Exterminating the Medicine King Hall, rather than doing it through others, it was way more satisfying for him to take revenge himself. The actions of Cloud Sky and the others were naturally deplorable, but why not borrow the Holy City's strength to make himself powerful? If the Tao-defying pill was really able to let him charge up to Deity realm, then dealing with the fiend race might not need to borrow the Holy City's strength at all. At that time, even Zhuge Qingxian would also have to be at his mercy. When they knew that he was able to break through to the Deity realm because he borrowed the Holy City's strength, who knows what their mood would be like? Thinking about it, Yi Yuan also looked forward to it very much. Yi Yuan only obtained the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma inside the Immemorial Medicine Garden. Out of 9 core medicines, it was still missing 8 strains. If the place the 8 strains of spirit medicines had the greatest hope to be found, it was undoubtedly the blood-rain wilderness. Hence, that was why he threatened to disseminate the Holy City's scandal, and made Cloud Sky let him into the blood-rain wilderness. After a round of meditation, Yi Yuan's 3rd-level Dao profound thoroughly consolidated. His cultivation advanced significantly again. He could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. No wonder the Holy City was so powerful. This blood rain's baptism could roughly match ordinary martial artists' 10 years of bitter cultivation. Although the absorption effects of the essence energy would continuously diminish, staying in this blood rain wilderness for as long as half a year was likely comparable to several decades of bitter cultivation in the outside world already. This sort of condition, which faction could match it? Just as Yi Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotions, Guisu suddenly came over and said coldly, "Ji Qingyun, I want to challenge you." Chapter 1092, Pseudo-Sword Domain versus Sword Domain. Chapter 1092, Pseudo-Sword Domain versus Sword Domain. Yi Yuan shot Guisu a glance and said smilingly, "Held it in for very long, right?" One sentence made Guasu flush till his entire face turned scarlet red. It turned out that Yi Yuan had long seen through his thoughts. Cloudsky's words made him extremely unconvinced in his heart. Actually, in his view, with him holding the line was already sufficient. There was no need to send the Spirit Hound Divine King here at all. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended Heaven-Man unity, it also would not work too well in front of him, this void mystic realm powerhouse. At most, it was just a little troublesome. Just say whether you dare to agree or not. Guasu said with a cold face. Yi Yuan did not answer him, but looked towards the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King had an unconcerned appearance. It was as if he did not have the intention of interfering. Looks like you also wish to measure my current strength. Yi Yuan said coolly. The Spirit Hound Divine King did not speak the entire time. But when he heard that, he opened his mouth and said 2 words. That's right. Yi Yuan slowly got up and let out a sigh as he said, looks like not Thras. Plussing you, you'll forever not know how great the disparity between us is. All right then, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Guasu said with a disdainful look, do you think that I'm still that person back then? A mere 3rd-level Tao profound also dares to be, so see. Oh, see, KY in front of me, Guasu. Today, I'll let you broaden your knowledge at what's called a true martial Tao genius. Heaven Ma, S, Sacring Sword Domain. Done talking. The moment Guasu's Divine King Domain released, horrifying sword energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The Heaven Ma, S, Sacring Sword Domain was Guasu's Divine King Domain. Furthermore, it was the Holy City's divine rank martial technique with boundless power. These few years, Guasu devoted to comprehending supreme true intents, improving exceedingly quickly. He was already almost catching up to those older generation void mystic powerhouses. The likes of Yu Xinping was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. By the side, when the Spirit Hound Divine Realm saw the Heaven Ma, S, Sacring Sword Domain, he also nodded his head slightly. Guasu was treated as the next heaven-stabilizing Divine King to groom by the Holy City. This Divine King Domain was indeed praiseworthy. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Come on, eldest senior brother. Beat this dog fart, Qingyanzi down. Eldest senior brother is the junior generation's #1 person. The ones who came this time, apart from Yi Yuan, were all the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. These people would naturally stand on Guasu's side, but their admiration toward Guasu came from the bottom of their hearts. These few years, Guasu already hardly ever made an appearance in the Purple Gold Hall. They also extremely seldom saw Guasu take action as well. Seeing Guasu's Heaven Ma, S, Sacring Sword Domain this time, each and every one of them all exclaimed with incomparable admiration. 3rd-level Tao profound against void mystic. This was a battle without the least bit of suspense in the first place. But they all knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his possession. Although a Divine King Domain was strong, divine artifacts were nothing to be trifled with. In this world, only divine artifacts could make up for the tremendous gap in between this. Guasu's Sword Domain made a showy display of his ability. Within a 500 feet radius around him, it formed a death zone. Anything that entered this field would be sliced into shreds by countless sword lights. He suddenly unleashed his Divine King Domain. Yi Yuan was right within these 500 feet radius. This first round was already considered as a sneak attack. Facing Yi Yuan, Guasu would not lower his guard. He knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his hands. Hence, he did not plan on killing with one blow. He already prepared contingency plans to cope with the power of Yi Yuan's divine artifact. Yet Yi Yuan did not seem to immediately use the divine artifact. allowing the countless sword lights to engulf him. And what's going on here? This Ji Qingyun was still posturing just now. Could it be that he died all of a sudden? Haha, really not doing up an act when bragging. He died without even using the divine artifact. Eldest senior brother is mighty. This Ji Qingyun is simply a paper tiger. Looking from the outside world, one could not see the actual situation inside the sword domain at all. But Guo Su's face was incomparably solemn at this time. The spirit hound divine king, who had been steady as a mountain all along, also trembled all over. He opened his eyes wide and stared fixedly at the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain. They distinctly sensed that inside the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain, there was still a miniature divine king domain. Ji Qingyun actually comprehended a divine king domain with third-level Tao profound cultivation realm. This sort of thing was truly too startling, right? I really underestimated you. But with such a weak divine king domain, how long can it resist? Guo Su gnashed his teeth hatefully and suddenly deployed 70% of the Emperor Qi within his body. The power of the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain skyrocketed several times, all at once. For a moment, sword light surged within that 500 feet radius and was incomparably gorgeous. Guo Su's juniors finally detected a hint of something not right. The shouting also gradually ceased. Each and every one of them was incredibly shocked, not understanding how a third-level Tao profound survived inside the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain under the situation where he did not deploy a divine artifact. But seeing Guo Su's appearance akin to facing a great enemy, they knew that this Ji Qingyun was really not easy to deal with. Sensing Yi Yuan's divine king domain becoming smaller and smaller, a look of smugness surfaced on Guo Su's face once more. How strong could the divine king domain displayed by a third-level Tao profound be? Still not using the divine artifact. I admit that you're very impressive, but carry on pretending like this. You'll die very horribly, Guo Su said with a cold smile. As you Wisconsin H, plus Guo Su's voice had yet to fade when a voice transmitted out from inside the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain. Immediately after, Guo Su suddenly sensed that his Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain actually showed signs of imminent collapse. Yi Yuan's divine king domain was actually in the midst of rapid expansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several azure sword lights broke out akin to breaking out of a cock. And piercing right through Guo Su's divine king domain. After that, more and more sword lights penetrated out, poking Guo Su's Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain until it was like a wasp's nest. Seeing this scene, Guo Su's expression changed greatly and knew that he could no longer suppress Yi Yuan's divine king domain, and hastily retreated. Rumble! A tremendous force spread out, immediately blasted Guo Su out far away. Yi Yuan's pseudo-divine king domain finally emerged in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Yi Yuan stood while holding his sword, his aura imposing. It was actually not much weaker compared to Guo Su in the least bit. The spirit hound divine king's gaze turned intent, looking at the longsword in Yi Yuan's hands in disbelief. Longsword divine artifact. The spirit hound divine king's voice exuded thick astonishment. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's divine king domain was very weak, extraordinarily weak. But through this evil extermination sword's augmentation, his divine king domain was actually able to stand up to Guo Su's Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain as equals. This evil extermination sword was simply a divine artifact custom-made. For Yi Yuan, Guo Su being sent flying, this round was clearly Yi Yuan taking the upper hand. Guosu did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation was actually fearsome to such a degree. Even if not borrowing the power of the divine sword, just based on him comprehending a divine king domain at the third level Dao profound, this point left him far behind in the dust. Guosu was very clear that before reincarnating, Ji Qingyun did not comprehend any supreme true intents. But now that a mere 20 years said, Yi Yuan actually comprehended a divine king domain. This sort of improvement speed, saying that it was number one in the divine realm, was not the slightest bit over the top. However, this blow to Guosu was all round. Chapter 1093, Killing Intent. Chapter 1093, Killing Intent. I refuse to believe that a trifling third-level Dao profound can that heaven-defying, Heaven Ma-S, sacring sword art. Guosu finally still erupted. He completely could not accept this fact before his eyes. Hence, he unleashed his strongest sword. Right then, a figure suddenly barged into his divine king domain, slamming a palm onto his long sword. Ring! The long sword flew out of his hand and drew a single arc in the air, stabbing into the ground. Forget it, you can't beat him. Even if you won, it's also winning through unorthodox means. The spirit hound divine king's voice sounded out by Guosu's ear. Guosu knelt down with a thud, a look of helplessness. His junior brothers had long lowered the banners, and M.U.F. fled the drums already. Currently, each and every one of them exchanged glances, uncertain how they should step forward to comfort eldest senior brother too. Many years ago, Ji Qingyun Serpa said eldest senior brother all round. That was because his alchemy Dao was heaven-defying. But now, even Ji Qingyun's martial Dao was so terrifying. 'Tis how to make people accept this. Come on. The spirit hound divine king did not have the intention of going to console Guosu. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and turned around and left. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and set off toward the depths of the first level following the spirit hound divine king. Several hours after Yi Yuan and the others left, a series of ripples surfaced in the S.P.A.C. of the Blood Rain Wilderness. 3 black-clothed people actually directly shuttled out from within the void. This spirit horn-shattering mirror is indeed formidable. As long as there's a coordinate, one can freely shuttle through S.P.A.C. The Blood Rain Wilderness is the holy city's restricted land. No outsiders have ever came before. A black-clothed person said. The black-clothed person held a treasure mirror in his hands. It was shockingly the spirit horn-shattering mirror that escaped through the void inside the vast sun-bright moon realm. With Lord Divine Master casting the spell, what is shuttling through S.P.A.C. count as? Before long, the entire divine realm will be ours. Another person said. This time, Lord Divine Master put down an arm and leg. Even the mountain and river state painting, this kind of heaven-defying divine artifact, was brought out. We mustn't mess up in the slightest. The third person said, relax with the 3 of our strength plus 3 great divine artifacts, that Yi Yuan absolutely won't get lucky, the first black-clothed person said. This mountain and river state painting isn't that bright moon city's girl's counterfeit. Not only is its power boundless, it even has the effect of concealing heaven's secrets. As long as Yi Yuan is taken inside, with the 3 of our strength, could it be that we can't kill him still? The son of heaven's mandate Paris. Plussing prematurely. I want to see what the human race used to withstand my fiend race's great army this time. The second person said, better not lower our guard. Yi Yuan, this boy, is extremely freakish. Lord Divine Master's schemes had already been ruined at his hands several times. If not for him, Lord Divine Master would have long been fighting for the throne of the divine realm already his momentum unstoppable. Moreover, you all have to know Yi Yuan's cultivation realm back then was completely insignificant. But now he's already a third-level Dao profound martial artist, and even comprehended a divine king domain. Wanting to kill him is not an easy matter. You guys don't forget how Lord Divine Master instructed before departure. The third person said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, the other two people's expressions turned stiff. All right, enough C-R-A-P. We have to enter the third level ahead of schedule and set up an ambush and wait for him to enter. Only if he enters the mountain and river state painting will we have a chance to kill him. If we can't kill him, we can only die here. Done talking, the first black-clothed person deployed the spirit horn-shattering mirror once more. The three people immediately vanished on the spot. Yi Yuan never would have thought that a certain death scheme targeting him was already waiting for him in the depths of the blood-rain wilderness. While walking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed, and he stopped his footsteps. "What is it?" TT Spirit Hound Divine King said. "Zhao Lingdong, did you feel that the place we entered seemed to have a hint of undulation?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. Zhao Lingdong was the Spirit Hound Divine King's original name. It was just that the people who dared to directly address without honorifics were already exceedingly few. Just earlier, he detected a trace of faintly discernible spatial undulation flash, and Pa S said right away, and the direction was precisely the place they entered. Although this kind of undulation was next to nothing, Yi Yuan had long entered the realm of heaven-man unity already. He was exceptionally sensitive towards the surrounding environment. When the Spirit Hound Divine King heard, he said, "No, you wouldn't have had a false impression, right? We're already 100,000 miles away from the entrance area. You're actually still able to perceive the undulations over there. Furthermore, the blood-rain wilderness is situated within a spatial rift. Having a trace of undulation is also normal. Moreover, if there's really any situation with Halski's SUP1/SUP sharp sense, he'll definitely be able to detect it." "What undulations?" "You're thinking too much, right? The blood-rain wilderness has never had outsiders enter before. Apart from us, who else is able to come in? Don't try to find fault," Guisu said with a cold snort. Although he recovered to his senses from the shock, Guisu currently still found Yi Yuan displeasing no matter how he looked at him. He knew that he was being jealous of Yi Yuan, but he just could not control his own emotions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and shook his head as he said, "Maybe I was overly sensitive. Carry on walking then." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and left. Following Yi Yuan, a glint flickered across the Spirit Hound Divine King's eyes. He did not think that Yi Yuan's perception was actually so sharp. This blood-rain wilderness's spatial coordinates were precisely given to those black-clothed men by the Spirit Hound Divine King, Zhao Lingdong. For so many years, the Spirit Hound Divine King had been lying low within the Holy City all along. He was the same as Ji Kanglin, both members of the Fiend race. That mysterious Lord Divine Master had long plotted for a long time already. The Holy City, such an important place, how could he possibly not plan informants? The entire Holy City, apart from the 3Tans who knew that Yi Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate, there was still Zhao Lingdong. He Pa S said the news of Yi Yuan about to enter the blood-rain wilderness to Lord Divine Master. Lord Divine Master immediately decided to carry out an encirclement campaign against Yi Yuan. This time, these three black-clothed men that Lord Divine Master sent out were all Holy Kings CLA's powerhouses. The strength of Holy Kings could absolutely rival the human race's void mystic powerhouses. The strength of any person among the three of them was not beneath Zhao Lingdong. This was also to say that, adding in the Howling Sky Divine Hound, a total of 5 Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were planning on Ambus, plussing Yi Yuan. Except, Zhao Lingdong did not think that his companions had just sneaked into the Bloodrain Wilderness, and Yi Yuan detected it already. This first level did not pose much of a danger to them. Along the way, their party practically pushed in as far as 100,000 miles with a sweeping attitude. The perception radius of a Dao profound powerhouse was at most just 10,000 miles, but Yi Yuan's perception was actually 10 times as far as ordinary Dao profound powerhouses. This was simply too freakies. Plus, moreover, Zhao Lingdong knew that opening up S.P.A.C. with the spirit horn shattering mirror the undulations produced was extremely minute. Even within a 20,000 miles radius, ordinary martial artists might not be able to perceive it either. But they were actually unable to hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears. Even though it was just an exceedingly subtle whiff, Yi Yuan had indeed detected it. Perhaps Guisu, they all felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble. But Zhao Lingdong knew that he was not. Chapter 1094, Giant Ape Desolate Beast. Chapter 1094, Giant Ape Desolate Beast. Navigating for 3 days straight, Yi Yuan's party finally arrived at the second level's entrance area. Second level, the desolate beasts belong to me, spirit medicines belong to you guys. Yi Yuan said this one sentence, and then immediately entered the second level. At the second level, desolate beasts were basically divine king rank. These desolate beasts' strengths were extremely strong. Furthermore, their skin was COA, R.S.E., and their flesh thick. These purple gold hall disciples might not be a match for a desolate beast individually, but Yi Yuan said that he wanted to cover the second level's desolate beasts. If it were before, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan was boasting. A third level Dao profound, based on what to match a divine king, rank desolate beast. But after witnessing his face-off with Guisu, there was already no one who dared to underestimate Yi Yuan. Even if he did not use that divine sword, Yi Yuan's strength was also much stronger compared to the vast majority of the people among them. Looks like him entering this Bloodrain Wilderness isn't just for spirit medicines. He even wants to borrow the desolate beasts here to temper himself. The Spirit Hound Divine King said, "Humph. At most half a year's time, how much improvement can he have?" Guisu said disdainfully, "I just don't know what method he used to make Lord Cloud Sky agree. The Bloodrain Wilderness has never had a precedent of opening up to an outsider before. I didn't think that this time an exception was actually made," the Spirit Hound Divine King said. Guisu had a gloomy look but did not speak, keeping pace with Yi Yuan's footsteps. Roar! An earth-shaking roar echoed out. An ape-like desolate beast suddenly dashed out, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan at the foremost of the team. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he was not alarmed but delighted instead. Casually drawing the Star Moon sword, he wielded the sword and was going to step forward and battle. But right then, an afterimage drew across by his side, speeding towards the desolate beast with even swifter speed. Heaven Ma's Sacring Sword Domain. The moment the Divine King Domain opened, countless sword light immediately cut countless holes on that desolate beast. Rumble! The desolate beast did not have time to flare up, and was slain by Guisu neat and tidily, the attack of a void mystic powerhouse. How could this ordinary divine king rank desolate beast be a match? Clank! Guisu returned the sword to its sheath, incomparably elegant. Yi Yuan's face sunk, and he said, "Guisu, what's the meaning of this?" Guisu had a look of composure as he said coolly, "What meaning of what? This Bloodrain Wilderness is my holy city's territory. As as the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple, am training martial techniques here. Could it be that there's anything improper? Done talking, Guisu shot Yi Yuan a glance like putting on a show of force and strutted off. His objective was very simple. Since Yi Yuan wanted to borrow the desolate beasts here to increase his strength, then he would not let Yi Yuan increase it. He was going to immediately take action and kill the desolate beasts encountered, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all, unless Yi Yuan used that divine sword. But if he used the divine sword, it could not achieve the effect of tempering at all. As for whether or not Yi Yuan would rampage, he was even less worried. With the Spirit Hound Divine King here, 2 men and 1 dog, 3 great void mystic powerhouses, could Yi Yuan overturn the heavens still? Divine King Realm Desolate Beasts were currently the most suitable opponents for Yi Yuan. Under the circumstances of not using divine artifacts, Yi Yuan should be evenly matched with peak Divine King rank Desolate Beasts. Roar. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting roar sounded out without a break. Hearing the sound, it was very similar to that ape Desolate Beast that was killed by Guisu earlier. Rumble. The earth trembled. In the distance, 7 or 8 desolate beasts galloped over. Looking from the imposing momentum, these 8 desolate beast strengths were actually all peak Divine King. Haha, came right on time. Guisu laughed loudly. Stepping forward with his hand resting on his sword, he charged towards those 8 ape desolate beasts. The moment the Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain opened up, Guisu totally thought that he would rampage in all directions. Alas, he miscalculated. The moment those 8 ape desolate beasts saw Guisu bearing down menacingly, they actually each displayed a very odd posture. When Guisu approached, the 8 desolate beasts suddenly attacked with full force. The 8 streams of essence energy were like a cannonball instantly gathering together. An outrageous energy undulation spread out. Guisu was just about to show off his power, but when he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. Except, it was already too late for him to want to switch moves. Rumble! That essence energy cannonball immediately slammed onto his Heaven Ma's sacred sword domain. A large crater was actually smashed out on the powerful Divine King domain, while Guisu's body immediately flew back in reverse. Poork! Guisu's body landed on the ground, and his junior apprentice brother hurriedly went up to support him. But he spewed out a mouthful of blood straight away. Roar! The 8 ape desolate beasts let out a heaven-shaking roar. That appearance was like dancing for joy at this attack's victory. It. These 8 apes actually had this sort of strange joint attack method. The power of an attack is actually not beneath void mystic powerhouses. Guisu said hatefully. It was clearly just 8 peak Divine King rank desolate beasts. But the power of that joint attack earlier was actually so formidable. Guisu was careless for a moment too, wanting to steal a march on Yi Yuan and slay the desolate beasts as soon as possible. He did not expect to actually suffer a major loss. Currently, his blood and chi were in turmoil. A mouthful of essence energy was actually unable to be mustered up within a short time. Those 8 ape desolate beasts actually still understood the logic of following up a victory with hot pursuit. After a brief celebration, they chased over to this side with large strides. Rumble! 8 100-foot-tall giant apes galloping his unison. It felt like the earth was going to be cracked. These 8 giant apes even displayed that strange posture earlier while running. They actually wanted to do it a second time. Right then, Yi Yuan moved. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood, merging into heaven and earth. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan plunged in the middle of the 8 giant apes. His pseudo-divine king domain opening up Violent sword energy instantly threw the tempo of the giant ape's joint attack into disorder. Clink clank, clink clank. Countless sword energy hacked onto the giant apes and actually emitted the sound of metal class. H-I plusing. These 8 giant apes' bodies were actually comparable to holy artifacts. Yi Yuan's sword lights were also unable to breach their defenses for a short time. Of course, this was still primarily because Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was lacking. His sword intent concept was attained, but he did not have powerful essence energy to support it. If he had divine king realm essence energy, he would have killed at least 2 giant apes at this time already. These giant apes clearly did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable human actually took them by surprise. Yi Yuan's random entry immediately upset the giant apes' joint attack. They were each fighting their own battle currently, but Yi Yuan had plenty of room to play, shuttling back and forth between them. For some time, both sides actually fought until they were equally matched. Although Yi Yuan's divine king domain was temporarily unable to breach the giant ape's defenses, as Time Pa-S said, they could be exhausted to death by Yi Yuan. 8 giant apes howled incessantly. Each and every one of them wanted to display that strange posture. But Yi Yuan did not give them a chance at all. Every time they wanted to make a joint attack, Yi Yuan's countless sword lights would focus on a giant ape to greet it. Even if his divine king domain was any weaker once it went to, say, H-E-L low on a person's body, it would be too much for the other party to take as well. And their joint attack, as long as one could not keep up, it would directly be broken. Guosu looked at this scene, his expression unspeakably gloomy. He did not think that he actually failed miserably in an easy task. Chapter 1095, Concepts Breakthrough. Chapter 1095, Concepts Breakthrough under the heart realm of Heaven-Man Unity. The 8 giant apes' every movement and action were mapped in Yi Yuan's mind, revealing every tiny detail. These 8 giant apes were perfect as opponents for him. These 8 giant apes' strengths were very fearsome. Even if they did not use joint attacks, Yi Yuan also felt exceptionally strenuous to cope with it. But it was precisely this feeling of limit-like that could stimulate Yi Yuan's potential. The giant ape's iron fists produced fierce winds by Yi Yuan's ears. Although Yi Yuan could accurately avoid their fists, the essence energy force wind howled from the fists also made it too much for Yi Yuan to bear. 8 giant apes, 16 iron fists weaving together, forming an exceedingly terrifying force wind web in the air. Even if Yi Yuan possessed a divine king domain, he also sustained injuries on many parts of his body. However, those 8 giant apes were nowhere better. Yi Yuan was too nimble. Under the whittling of the limitless sword domain, the 8 giant apes had many cuts sliced open on their bodies by him. The 8 giant apes all suffered varying degrees of injuries. All along, the opponents that Yi Yuan encountered were all overly powerful. Many times he had to borrow the power of divine artifacts before he could barely manage to force the opponent back. But now he was truly relying on his own strength to be evenly matched with these 8 giant apes. By the side, the Purple Gold Hall disciples watched until they were incredibly terrified. In their understanding, the reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was likely still by relying on his divine artifact, but just how powerful his true strength was, they had never experienced before. This time, they really experienced it. A 3rd-level Tao Profound, battling 8 giant apes, was actually evenly matched. This strength, forget about laughing proudly among the same rank, even among them peak divine kings. It was also far greater. I didn't think that Ji Qingyun's martial Tao strength had actually reached this step. My strength, dealing with 1 giant ape, is already enough to choke on. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest dealing with 8. A peak divine king Purple Gold Hall, disciple said. Truly remarkable. This guy's alchemy Tao is heaven-defying. But looking at it now, his martial Tao is not the slightest bit weaker than his alchemy Tao. Another divine king powerhouse sighed with admiration. Didn't he reincarnate for around 20 years? How can he possibly comprehend such a profound supreme true intent? Could it be that it was all a guise in his previous life? These disciples were all stunned silly, not at all aware that Guasu's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. All shut your mouths for me. Guasu clutched his chest and reprimanded furiously. These disciples became aware that they misspoke and involuntarily stuck out their tongues and no longer spoke. Praising Ji Qingyun in front of eldest senior brother, wasn't this slapping his face? But right at this time, the spirit hound divine king suddenly opened his mouth and said, Ji Qingyun seems to be breaking through. Guasu could not help being alarmed when he heard and hurriedly looked over towards Yi Yuan there. Currently, Yi Yuan was wounded on many parts of his body. Quite a number of areas even oozed dark red fresh blood. But his divine king domain radiated with a resplendent light and was actually even sharper compared to before. Those sword lights became stronger and stronger and also became sharper and sharper. For a moment, Yi Yuan's divine king domain gave off a brilliant azure light. The energy of life and death rampaged willfully. Originally, Yi Yuan's pseudo-divine king domain was only roughly 50 square feet. This level of divine king domain could not compare to even the lowest of void mystic powerhouses. But now, Yi Yuan's divine king domain actually expanded to 100 square feet, already expanded a full one-fold. Don't look down on this one-fold square feet to void mystic powerhouses. Even expanding 10 feet was an exceptionally difficult matter. The size of a divine king domain could show the strength of a void mystic powerhouse to a certain extent. Guasu devoted to comprehending Tao, breaking through from the initialmost 100 square feet to 500 square feet these few years. The improvement could be said to be tremendous. It was just that his strength was not considered very strong among void mystic powerhouses. Divine king domain reaching 1,000 feet radius. This was a dividing crest for void mystic powerhouses. Reaching this sort of degree, one would roughly be in existence in the same CLA S as the extreme sword divine king. Reaching this step required two kinds of supreme true intents to both reach the level of rank 9 and must be fused together perfectly. As for Yi Yuan, his concept's comprehension was actually even stronger compared to Guasu already. The reason why his divine king domain was only 50 feet radius was that his essence energy was completely insufficient to support such a large sword domain. But now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm did not break through. It was his concept's comprehension that broke through. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's sword intent finally broke through to rank 9. It was only a step away from the great circle of perfection. Rank 9 sword intent was an existence that many void mystic powerhouses were unable to attain. Yi Yuan only used 20 years and did it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The azure-colored sword lights were akin to a group of azure-colored wandering dragons, puncturing a giant ape in front of Yi Yuan full of wounds. Hence, this giant ape could not hang in there anymore and collapsed with a loud cross. Plus these 8 giant apes had excellent teamwork. One suddenly collapsing, their strength reduced greatly. With this, Yi Yuan brought along innumerable azure light, like a walking monster ravaging these giant apes wantonly. Yi Yuan's control of essence energy was extremely exquisite. A prolonged battle was not an issue at all. Those external wounds were not worth mentioning at all to a tier 9 fleshy body powerhouse like him. One giant ape after another collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan's speed of slaughtering also became increasingly faster. Finally, the last giant ape toppled at Yi Yuan's feet. Yi Yuan actually annihilated 8 peak divine king giant apes with his strength alone. This sort of battle achievement could simply be rated as a miracle. Those purple gold hall disciples were all stunned silly. They even thought that Yi Yuan was only making use of these 8 giant apes to temper himself. In the end, he would still utilize a divine artifact to be able to slay these 8 giant apes. But they never could have thought that Yi Yuan spent an entire day's time and forcefully exhausted these 8 giant apes to death. The moment the giant apes died, Yi Yuan was also practically on the brink of giving out already. He fished out a medicinal pill and meditated on the spot to recover strength. He collected a large batch of spirit medicines at the immemorial medicine garden. Refining a few tier 9 medicinal pills was naturally nothing difficult. The spirit hound divine king looked at the Yi Yuan currently meditation and said in a solemn voice, Ji Qingyun's combat experience is extremely abundant. From start to end, he never gave those giant apes even a gleam of chance. Looks like during these 20 years, he experienced a lot. Guisu, actually, having such an existence isn't a bad thing to you. He can make you strive harder after knowing the humiliation and make you not dare to slack off in the slightest. Whether a success or a failure, it depends on your own mindset. When Guisu heard that, his entire body involuntarily trembled. That turbid gaze gradually became resolved. Yeah, such a monstrous existence like Ji Qingyun was still cultivating by risking his life. What energy did he still have to be jealous here? As long as he cultivated continuously, there would come a day where he would be able to assess him. Because Lord Cloud Sky said before, Ji Qingyun was someone certain to die. Although Guisu did not understand why Ji Qingyun was dead for sure, he was certain that Lord Cloud Sky absolutely would not lie to him. He slowly stood up, his body radiating a fierce fighting intent. From today onwards, I, Guisu, will strive doubly hard. There will come a day where I'll S. Ji Qingyun. Chapter 1096, 4th Level Tao Profound. Chapter 1096, 4th Level Tao Profound. Swiss. H. Plus an azure light flashed past. A snake-formed desolate beast was immediately killed by Yi Yuan. This was the 65th desolate beast that Yi Yuan slew within 10 days. These 65 desolate beasts, all of them were super strong peak divine kings. Some desolate beasts even had some talent ability, making Yi Yuan suffer a huge loss too. But with this bout of tempering, Yi Yuan's improvement speed was also extremely evident. The holy city's disciples watched Yi Yuan grow bit by bit with their own eyes. This sort of growth could virtually be visible to the naked eye. However, just 10 days' time had said. Even though they no longer dared to anyhow appraise in view of eldest senior brother's face, their astonishment towards Yi Yuan was not ambiguous at all. The breakthrough of Tao profound realm powerhouses, even just a tiny bit, was also calculated in years. But for Yi Yuan, it was calculated using days. These 10 days of tempering completely did not have elements of resorting to unorthodox means. It was bona fide battles after battles. Although battles could help martial artists to increase strength rapidly, such an increase was also too apparent, right? What made Yi Yuan surprised was that Guisu actually did not come to find trouble with him anymore. It seemed that after the giant apes, Guisu became wiser, and the eyes Guisu looked at him with also seemed to be different from in the past. But these had nothing to do with him. He had no spare time to care about this. To the current Yi Yuan, the most pressing matter at hand was to increase strength. That hint of undulation at the entrance area made Yi Yuan somewhat uneasy. He believed that Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm would not lie to him. Since that was the case, his strength being an iota stronger, it would naturally be an iota safer too. In a twinkle, Half a month said. Yi Yuan charged all the way into the third level. But at this time, he finally sensed that he was about to break through to the fourth level Tao Profound. Third level Tao Profound and fourth level Tao Profound were similarly a threshold. By crossing it, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and Emperor Qi would have a substantial increase. The increase in essence energy would naturally also let his divine king domain be strengthened. After entering the third level, the desolate beasts here were evidently much stronger. Although they had yet to encounter void mystic realm desolate beasts, the strength of the desolate beasts presently were extraordinary. Furthermore, quite a few desolate beasts showed up in packs and bands. The weakest also had first-rate divine king's strength. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. Once he recovered essence energy, he would immediately go over and kill desolate beasts. At the moment, he was currently fighting with a group of wolf-form desolate beasts. He was currently dealing with several hundred wolf-form desolate beasts by himself. The majority among them were first-rate divine kings, while peak divine king realm wolf kings also had no less than 20. This sort of cooperation between desolate beasts was much more tacit than even those 8 giant apes. Yi Yuan was bold and unconstrained, being locked together in battle with the wolf pack. When everyone saw this scene, they were all unbelievably shocked. This guy really went crazy. Such crazed cultivation. How the Hell did he survive? Guisu said with a frown. Along the way, Yi Yuan never stopped before, spending it in the midst of slaughter all along. This intensity of cultivation, Guisu questioned himself, and was certain that he absolutely could not hang in there. The Spirit Hound Divine King said, to be able to obtain such startling accomplishments in 20 years, it was definitely not a fluke for Ji Qingyun. His talent need not be commented no more, but this tenacity is even harder to come by. Such high-intensity cultivation, even void mystic powerhouses will have their spirits crumble too. Suddenly, Guisu's expression changed, and he said, "This guy is really a madman. He is actually going to break through in the midst of the wolf pack." In the sky, tribulation clouds rolled. He had already fought for a day and night with this wolf pack and killed over 100 wolves. But just earlier, Yi Yuan finally detected that the turning point for breakthrough arrived. If it were others, they absolutely would not dare to break through at this time. Once he was pinned down by the wolf pack, Yi Yuan would definitely be smitten to death by the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that there were over 20 peak divine king realm wolf kings in the wolf pack. But Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from his superb skills, and did not care at all. He directly opened up his essence energy sea and allowed himself to break through freely. Heavenly tribulation was nigh. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands were not the least bit slow, killing 2 wolves in a blink. Crack! A COARSE lightning bolt streaked down, rumbling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a long cry, and actually did not dodge nor evade. These wolf kings' intellects were exceedingly high and had long been waiting for this moment. Just as the heavenly tribulation was about to land on Yi Yuan, 5 peak divine king wolf kings arrived with a howl, baring their sharp teeth, and biting down towards Yi Yuan's calf. These few wolf kings' teeth were no joke. If bitten by them, Yi Yuan's leg would be thoroughly crippled. They eyed precisely this opportune moment to attack. Yi Yuan had to deal with the heavenly tribulation. It was totally impossible to deal with 5 wolf kings at the same time. Ha! Arrogant fellow! This time, played yourself to death, right? I want to see how you avoid this certain kill strike. Guisu said with a cold smile. Such an evenly matched battle, and he actually still dared to be careless. He truly did not know how the word death was written, but right at this time, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Waited very long for you all. Limitless life-death sword. Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, his divine king domain instantly erupting. 5 azure lights flowed out from inside the divine king domain bizarrely, heading straight for those 5 divine kings. As for that heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to give it a glance at all. Rumble! Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this bolt of lightning tribulation, while those 5 wolf kings did not manage to bite him at all due to receiving Yi Yuan's attack. Instead, they were implicated by the heavenly tribulation because they were too close to Yi Yuan. This heavenly tribulation was virtually equivalent to the full power attack of a peak divine king. The power could be imagined. The 5 wolf kings were directly left in ruins by the heavenly tribulation, while Yi Yuan stood up like he was completely fine. Patting the dust on his body, his figure suddenly vanished from where he was. Seeing this scene, Guosu's eyes became wide saucers. Could it be that this guy was a freak, forcefully withstanding such a horrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation? He was actually completely fine. He did not know that for Yi Yuan, who transcended a greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation, this kind of minor heavenly tribulation was completely no big deal anymore. Yi Yuan just extended a golden right claw at the last second just now and forcefully withstood it. Although this heavenly tribulation was equivalent to a peak divine king's all-out attack, the effect was greatly discounted to Yi Yuan. Towards heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could virtually be said to be immune. The next instant, Yi Yuan was just like a walking heavenly tribulation. Areas that he said through, miserable cries echoed. The wolf pack let out a series of wretched cries from time to time. When the minor heavenly tribulation said, only wolf corpses that covered the land remained. While Yi Yuan broke through to 4th level Dao profound successfully. How can this be? How could someone transcend heavenly tribulation like this? Guosu muttered to himself. He was struck dumb with amazement by this scene of Yi Yuan transcending tribulation. Not just him. Those purple gold hall disciples were similarly staring blankly with their mouths agape. Those wolves wanted to ambush Yi Yuan, but had a large group bombarded to death by Yi Yuan using heavenly tribulation. This outcome was too miraculous. The spirit hound divine king looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze. The originally almost guaranteed ambush made him somewhat worried at this time. Could it really kill Yi Yuan? Chapter 1097, Sudden Impulse. Chapter 1097, Sudden Impulse. Ji Qingyun, just what kind of spirit medicines do you want to find? Carry on heading down, and everybody will fall into danger. Guosu said solemnly. Outside of the 3rd level were all still some peak divine king desolate beasts. Heading further in, and there would be some void, mystic realm desolate beasts. With these disciples' strengths, they were naturally unable to go deeper in. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, do you feel that ordinary spirit medicines can enter my arcane sights? Aren't you all here for training? Didn't make you follow me either. How about you bring your junior brothers and continue the training? I'll go find my spirit medicines. If I get killed by desolate beasts, you should be happy instead. Guosu could not help being tongue-tied. At this time, the spirit hound divine king suddenly spoke up. Guosu, you bring the junior brothers to train over here for a bit. I'll follow Ji Qingyun to carry on advancing ahead. With this, Guosu became anxious and hurriedly said, how can this do? The spirit hound divine king gave him a glance and said, the spirit medicines that Ji Qingyun wants, barring no accidents, should be in the 4th level. Upon entering the 4th level, I won't be able to care about you anymore. Furthermore, you also saw his strength. If we were to really come to blows, You can't gain any advantages either. Guisu's expression could not help turning stiff. Only now did he notice the fact that made people embarrass. As said, the Spirit Hound Divine King's meaning was already very clear. Carry on following, and you would drag us down. Even if Yi Yuan had any funny ideas, not only would Guisu not be of help following by the side, but might become Yi Yuan's breakthrough point instead. That would be awkward. Then, be careful, Spirit Hound Divine King. Guisu said dejectedly. The Spirit Hound Divine King patted his shoulders and said, "Relax. With me around, he can't play any tricks." Guisu nodded his head. The Spirit Hound Divine King's strength he could naturally trust. It was just that he never thought that he would actually become a burden one day. Bidding the Purple Gold Hall disciples farewell, Yi Yuan, one person, and one dog headed even deeper in. Going further into the depths, Yi Yuan naturally could not be like before, using desolate beasts to practice. Unless he used a divine artifact, otherwise it was very hard to beat those void, mystic realm desolate beasts. Hence, along the way, Yi Yuan and Zhao Lingdong, the two people were both very low profile, avoiding those powerful auras as best as they could. Being cautious along the way, a month's time passed, said in a blink of an eye, the distance of separating with Guisu, and the rest was roughly 100 million miles already in between this. There naturally could not dispense with encountering some powerful desolate beasts. It was basically all the Spirit Hound Divine King taking action to dispose of them. But this also let Yi Yuan witness the Spirit Hound Divine King's might. Ordinary void, mystic desolate beasts were not a match for the Spirit Hound Divine King at all. Along the way, as long as they encountered void, mystic desolate beasts, the Spirit Hound Divine King would cut down the other party with an overwhelming stance. However, from start to end, that Howling Sky Divine Hound never made a move before. Prior to reincarnating, Yi Yuan did not have contact with the Spirit Hound Divine King before, but regarding his might, he had still heard of it somewhat. But only today did Yi Yuan know that Zhao Lingdong was even more powerful than in the rumors. On this day, the two people finally arrived at the entrance area leading to the 4th level. Ahead was a small-scale transmission array. A small CLUS of light pillars gave off a bright light. As they were walking, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps. Zhao Lingdong asked doubtfully, "Why aren't you walking anymore?" Yi Yuan said with a calm expression, "Let's walk around in the 3rd level some more. I need a 500,000-year jade blood azure sky. This place is the 3rd level's deepest area. It might have it. If we can find it, we can also reduce the amount of time that we stay at the 4th level. This way, the danger will naturally also be lesser." The Spirit Hound Divine King was able to rampage unrestrained in the 3rd level, but reaching the 4th level, he would also have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave. The 4th level's desolate beasts were too strong. With the Spirit Hound Divine King's strength, the 4th level was also the limit. Concerning the 5th level, he absolutely would not enter the area. The Spirit Hound Divine King frowned and said, 500,000-year jade sky, azure sky, the chances of finding in the 4th level should be far greater than the 3rd level. Don't you forget, we only have half a year's time. If we waste too much time at the 3rd level, we won't have time to find the spirit medicines at the back. Yi Yuan thought about it again and said with a nod, "What you said is correct. Let's go." The Spirit Hound Divine King's heart eased up and nodded his head and was about to advance forward. But Yi Yuan had just taken a step and actually stopped again. And what is it again? The Spirit Hound Divine King looked at Yi Yuan and said doubtfully. Yi Yuan turned his head to look at the Spirit Hound Divine King and suddenly said with a smile, "Your heart," it moved. The Spirit Hound Divine King's heart thumped. Could it be that Yi Yuan saw through something? Impossible. From start to end, he examined himself and was certain that he did not reveal any flaws. Zhao Lingdong frowned and said, "What do you mean?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "My meaning is you want to make me enter the fourth level very much?" The premonition in Zhao Lingdong's heart became increasingly foreboding, but he did not give up. Another step forward, and Yi Yuan would be caught in the trap of the Devil Ridge Three Freaks. As long as Yi Yuan was taken into the mountain and river state painting, there was absolutely no possibility of escaping with his life, even if the Son of Heaven's mandate, being S-H-I plus Eld from Heaven's secrets, only had one road that led to H-E-L, L2. Moreover, dealing with Yi Yuan would be 5 void mystic realm experts. But it was just missing one step. His heart pounded, but Zhao Lingdong did not show even a hint on his face. His person was incomparably level-headed to begin with. Even if dreadful waves that billowed to the skies were stirred up in his heart, he would not reveal the least bit either. If he did not have this shrewdness, how could he dare to stay undercover under the leaders? H-I plus P of the Holy City's 3T. I tans for so many years? It was also precisely because of this confidence that Zhao Lingdong knew that he definitely did not reveal a flaw along the way. But how did Yi Yuan see through him? Could it be because of that trace of spatial undulation? That trace of spatial undulation, even he did not detect it. It could be said to be trivial to the extreme. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan had his suspicions, why would it be right at this time? Zhao Lingdong could not figure out after racking his brains. What are you implying? You were the one who wanted to find spirit medicines, not me. If you're not willing to enter the fourth level, then just don't go in. Zhao Lingdong said solemnly. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Lingdong and said coolly, still refusing to give up hope. Since I said such words, I naturally have some assurance. With this, Zhao Lingdong utterly gave up. He knew that Yi Yuan really saw through something amiss, but there were no flaws in front of him at all. If not for knowing in advance, Zhao Lingdong absolutely would not know that this place was a trap. Then, how in the world did Yi Yuan perceive it? Zhao Lingdong's brows furrowed, faint killing intent locked onto Yi Yuan, and he said in a deep voice, "I examined myself and am sure that I didn't reveal any flaws at all. How did you see through?" Yi Yuan did not answer his question. Taking a look at the transmission array in the distance, he said with a smile like naturally formed, without any flaws in the slightest, "If my surmises are right, this should be the legendary mountain and river state painting, right?" Zhao Lingdong's gaze turned sharp. He did not think that Yi Yuan could actually even make this out. This brat was simply too freakies. H. Plus Yi Yuan turned to Zhao Lingdong again and said with a smile, "You indeed didn't have flaws, but you should know what's sudden impulse, right?" Chapter 1098. Absolute Kill. Chapter 1098. Absolute Kill. Hearing sudden impulse, these two words, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed greatly. You actually comprehended sudden impulse. When fighting with those 8 giant apes, I already comprehended it, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. The breakthrough of Heart Realm could let martial artists give birth to some very mysterious skills, such as merging into heaven and earth, such as sudden impulse. Sudden impulse was actually a kind of sense to chase after good fortune and avoid disaster. This sort of sense, many powerful martial artists all had it. But that sense was just the very, very shallow kind. Furthermore, it was effective and ineffective at times, unable to use it as a reference at all. But sudden impulse could be said to be the superior type of this kind of sense. Before encountering danger, one would be able to sense it in advance and pursue good fortune and avoid disaster from there. Facing off against the 8 giant apes the last time, Yi Yuan's heart realm already quietly broke through once more. This sudden impulse technique was also born in response to the proper time and conditions. However, you indeed concealed very well. Only all the way until a moment ago did a feeling well up in my heart. It seems like taking another step forward, there will be absolutely no chance of survival, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Sudden impulse was not invincible. It was just a fleeting and ephemeral kind of sense. Except this kind of sensation was more accurate and stronger compared to ordinary martial artists. That was all. Zhao Lingdong's scheming was extremely deep and did not reveal the slightest hint of a flaw at all, and also did not have even a trace of killing intent towards Yi Yuan before. Hence, Yi Yuan did not sense the danger previously. Then why did you come to suspect me? Zhao Lingdong said, rather gloomily. I said before, your heart moved. Although it was just that tiny bit, under this sort of crisis, it's exceptionally strong, Yi Yuan said. Zhao Lingdong was thoroughly defeated. He concealed extremely well along the way. Only just now, when Yi Yuan was about to step into the enchantment set up by the mountain and river state painting, his breathing hastened, leaving a tiny trace. But it was this tiny trace that betrayed him. The formidable aspect of sudden impulse lay in here. Of course, sudden impulse was not matchless. Just like this time, although he comprehended sudden impulse, it was still incomparably dangerous, because the Devil Ridge 3 freaks showed themselves. A layer of ripple oscillated in the S, P, A, C. 3 black silhouettes emerged. Truly formidable. Didn't think that the mountain and river state painting, this kind of divine artifact, actually had no way of drawing you in, but you're still hard-pressed to escape death today, said the Devil Ridge 3 freaks' boss, Missouri Datom. Seeing the Devil Ridge 3 freaks, Yi Yuan's heart sunk. These 3 people were all Void Mystic Realm experts. This was to say that there were actually 5 Void Mystic powerhouses who came to besiege him. Furthermore, the things held in the Devil Ridge 3 freaks' hands were clearly all divine artifacts. 5 great Void Mystic powerhouse, 3 great divine artifacts. Such a lineup could simply be rated as extravagant. And such a lineup was actually just in order to deal with a measly little 4th level Tao Profound. You're all members of the fiend race, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Such extravagance, probably only that power-hungry fiend race, always causing trouble from the shadows, could take out these divine artifacts. It was just that Yi Yuan was very curious about what kind of method the fiend race used to make these people look virtually identical with humans. Even the slightest hint of fiendish energy was not revealed. It looked like the fiend race really racked their brains empty for the sake of today's setup. Mo Datong said, "That's right. Lord Divine, Master ordered the 3 of us to come over and take your life. Once the Son of Heaven's mandate dies, the human race will be of no more threat." Hearing Son of Heaven's mandate, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too, but he felt relieved very quickly. He actually ruined the fiend race's plans several times through sheer dumb luck. Furthermore, Jia Lan knew that the soul-suppressing pearl and vast heaven steel were in his hands. Then guessing that the Son of Heaven's mandate was him would also be nothing strange. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the fiend race already knew that he was the Son of Heaven's mandate before he was born. The Medicine King Hall's accident was precisely because he was the Son of Heaven's mandate. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth and said with a look of despair, "Fine then, 5 great Void Mystic powerhouses coming to besiege me, a measly little 4th level Tao Profound. It's also truly thinking highly enough of me. Since I'm dead for sure, can you tell me just who in the world is controlling all this behind the scenes, or not? Ji Qingyun, stop making futile efforts. your trifling little tricks, better don't show it off in front of this lord. Datong. Artong, Santong, Sup, 1/Sup. Don't talk nonsense with him anymore. We've already lost the initiative. We definitely can't give him any bit of chance. Don't you all forget, if we can't kill him, we'd all have to die. Attack together and kill him. Zhao Lingdong said with a cold yell. He became incomparably cold and fierce at this time, decisive in going for the kill, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. The expressions of the Devil Ridge 3 freaks became fearful when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words really made them have some thoughts about mocking Yi Yuan. The 3 of them wielded divine artifacts. Furthermore, their cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They did not put Yi Yuan in their sights at all. Yi Yuan's words earlier really made them give rise to feelings of belittlement. 5 void mystics against a 4th level Tao Profound. It was absolutely a certain kill scenario. But Zhao Lingdong's words were akin to the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, shocking them awake. At this moment, the 3 of them had not made a move yet, but Zhao Lingdong's Howling Sky Divine Hound moved first. In that instant, Yi Yuan felt his neck turn cold. Howlsky's incomparably sharp teeth already reached his neck. All of this was just a matter of the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Even Yi Yuan did not react to it. This was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing the Howling Sky Divine Hound taking action. His opening move was a lethal blow. Howlsky's speed was unimaginably fast. Even those Devil Ridge 3 freaks did not react to it either. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, his figure instantly vanished. Plussing from where he was fleeing into the void. Yet, Howlsky was too near to him. Although Yi Yuan's actions were fast, it was still unable to shake off Howlsky. Whoosh! Sharp dog claws pierced right through the void, swiping toward Yi Yuan's throat. The Howling Sky Divine Hound was actually overwhelmingly powerful. While at this time, the Devil Ridge 3 freaks and Zhao Lingdong moved as well. For people joined hands, directly sealing this stretch of S.P.A.C. off, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to escape at all. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly fled out of the void, narrowly avoiding that lethal scratch. Yet, one wave had yet to subside, but another wave rose. He had just fled the void when an incomparably vast and mighty spatial power wanted to envelop him inside in an instant. The mountain and river state painting. If taken in by the mountain and river state painting, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately took out the sacred dragon token, instantly drawing 10% of his blood essence. Rumble! The S.P.A.C. in front of Yi Yuan instantly exploded, sending his entire person flying out. The Devil Ridge 3 freaks did not give him any opportunity to catch his breath. Right at the second he flew out, the Spirit Horn Shattering Mirrors killing move already arrived. The Spirit Horn Shattering Mirrors power was more than several times fiercer in Mo or Tong's hands. Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, put away the sacred dragon token, and took out the evil extermination sword. His divine king domain instantly activated. Rumble! Another frontal clash. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. Right then, the 3rd divine artifact arrived too. Under the 2 attacks, Yi Yuan already suffered severe injuries. This attack, he was no longer able to resist it. Chapter 1099, Moonlight Mirage. Chapter 1099, Moonlight Mirage. Go to H-E-L-L. Mo Santong wielded a short blade in his hand, bringing along a terrifying energy undulation and chopping towards Yi Yuan. Suffering 2 tremendous impacts in a row, Yi Yuan, this 4th level Tao Profound, already sustained severe injuries. This blow was a certain kill attack. Furthermore, in order to make provisions for contingencies, Zhao Lingdong also rushed over instantly. Charging over together with him was even the swift to the extreme howling sky divine hound. 3 great powerhouses, all-out attacks. They completely did not give Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. This kind of successive attacks, even void mystic powerhouses, were dead, without a doubt too, let alone a puny little 4th level Dao profound. But right at this time, a hint of a faint smile flickered across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. What astonished Mo Santong and Zhao Lingdong was that the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes were actually bleeding. 2 lines of blood tears flowed down along the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes, as if crying. But the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth was clearly smiling mockingly. Zhao Lingdong's heart thumped, instantly feeling that it was not good. But the movements of his hands were not the slightest bit slow, smacking a palm viciously onto Yi Yuan's chest. At the same time, Mo Santong's divine artifact, Short Blade, also chopped onto Yi Yuan's body. Perk! The fresh blood in Yi Yuan's mouth sprayed out like a fountain, making it a horrifyingly ghastly sight. Bang! Yi Yuan fell to the ground heavily and no longer had any movements. Looking at the thoroughly dead Yi Yuan, the 4 people finally heave a sigh in relief. Ha ha! The Son of Heaven's mandate died, just like that. This time, the human race no longer has anything to count on. Mo Datong said, I was wondering how powerful the Son of Heaven's mandate was. It's also merely like this. Without screening Heaven's secrets, didn't he still kick the bucket? Mo Datong said with a disdainful look. Before dying just now, he was still smiling at me. I thought that he had some way of escape. Scared me to death. Luckily, he's thoroughly dead. Mo Santong said, Ha ha, number 3, you're too cowardly. Our 3 great divine artifact attacking. How could he have a chance to survive? Forget about a measly little 4th level Dao profound. Even void, mystic realm martial artists will be dead, for sure too. Mo Tong said with a big laugh. Mo Santong also nodded his head when he heard that and said, but this boy was indeed heaven-defying. Just 4th level Dao profound, and he was actually able to comprehend a divine king domain. If we allow him to carry on developing unchecked, he'd really be my fiend race's great enemy. No wonder Lord Divine Master did not stint to deploy 3 great divine artifacts, and also had to eradicate this boy. While the Devil Ridge 3 freaks were talking on this side, Zhao Lingdong had his brows knitted all along at one side, and did not speak. He looked at Yi Yuan's corpse as if absorbed in thought. Mo Datong noticed his anomaly, and could not help asking, Zhao Lingdong, what's wrong? Zhao Lingdong did not answer him. He said to Halskai, Halskai, go take a look at whether he's thoroughly dead. Halskai immediately arrived beside Yi Yuan's corpse with a whoosh. Extending a dog paw, he started fiddling with Yi Yuan's corpse. The Devil Ridge 3 freaks looked at this scene curiously, uncertain about what Zhao Lingdong was playing at. Fiddling for a bit, Halskai returned to Zhao Lingdong's side with a flash and barked a few times. After that, Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted together even more tightly. Zhao Lingdong, what in the world did you discover? Speak. Mo Tong could not refrain from asking. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. But Halskai went over and didn't discover anything either. This Ji Qingyun is indeed completely dead. The 3 people were previously made all fidgety and jumpy by Zhao Lingdong. Upon hearing that at this time, they finally let out a sigh in relief. Sigh. I thought you discovered something. Zhao Lingdong, you wouldn't be making a fool out of the 3 of us brothers, right? Mo Datong said unhappily. Although Zhao Lingdong's strength was that little bit stronger compared to them, the three of them joining hands, Zhao Lingdong was absolutely not a match. If not for Lord Divine Master's order to listen to Zhao Lingdong's arrangements on this trip, they would have long fallen out. Zhao Lingdong beat around the bush for half the day. In the end, there wasn't even anything. What was this, if not making a fool out of them? Zhao Lingdong gave Mo Datong a glance, but asked Mo Santong, "Santong, did you see Yi Yuan's eyes bleeding just now?" Mo Santong froze and said with a nod, "That's right. I saw that his eyes seemed to be bleeding just now. Furthermore, he even gave me a strange smile, smiling until I had Guseb. You, MPS breakout all over." Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted. Thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, "I keep feeling that we killed Yi Yuan too easily. How can the Son of Heaven's mandate possibly be killed so easily?" Mo Datong frowned and said, "Easy? Can't say it like that either, right? The mountain and river state painting that we set up was even seen through by him. Furthermore, to kill him, the few of us also exerted all of our strengths before barely managing to succeed." Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, "It appears that the few of our strengths are indeed much stronger than him. But I keep feeling that Ji Qingyun's trumps cards shouldn't be just two divine artifacts. Furthermore, his eyes bled at the final juncture, plus his expression. This point is too suspicious." Zhao Lingdong's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling that he had grasped something. But he could not think of it for a moment either. Eyes. Eyes. What kind of tricks would he have that are related to the eyes? The composed Zhao Lingdong suddenly became somewhat anxious and fretful. At the fourth level, a white silhouette walked out from inside the transmission array. On the white garment, it was already soaked by fresh blood, appearing incomparably wretched. "Screw you, Yi Yuan. Moonlight Mirage Sup 1/Sup is a divine rank illusionary art. Although there is divine essence, if I don't recuperate for a year or so, there's absolutely no way to recover." Inside the sea of consciousness, a voice suddenly shrieked. This white silhouette was precisely Yi Yuan, who escaped into the fourth level from the third level. In that instant, alarm bells sounded in his heart. Yi Yuan was already planning how to escape. Inside his sea of consciousness, Yi Yuan viciously threatened the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Only then did it make him cast the divine rank illusionary art, Moonlight Mirage. The sun-moon heavenly pupil utilized Yi Yuan's divine essence to cast a terrifying divine rank illusionary art. Although it did not reach the power of a true divine rank illusionary art, it also made Zhao Lingdong and the rest fall into an illusionary realm. Except casting this illusionary art to the current sun-moon heavenly pupil, the expenditure was incomparably enormous, virtually draining his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit became much weaker all at once. This was also why blood tears suddenly flowed out from Yi Yuan's eyes at the final juncture. This sort of situation was about the same as Yi Yuan using the sacred dragon token. Currently, Yi Yuan's two eyes were tightly shut, incomparably agonizing, completely unable to see things anymore. The sun-moon heavenly pupil required a period of preparation time to cast Moonlight Mirage. Hence, Yi Yuan had been thinking of ways to deal with Zhao Lingdong all along. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Lingdong was so vigilant. He did not give him sufficient time at all. Two great void mystic powerhouses wielding divine artifacts in their hands, Yi Yuan still suffered serious injuries by forcefully plussing twice with them. Luckily, the sun-moon heavenly pupil finally finished casting at the last second. Only then did Yi Yuan take the chance to escape. Enough C.R.A.P. If I die, you likewise can't survive. If you were to land in the hands of the fiend race, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Chapter 1100, repeating a same old trick. Chapter 1100, repeating a same old trick, ye Yuan's divine, sense spread out. Under heaven-man unity heart realm, the surrounding situation was taken in at one glance. Briefly stopping for a moment, Yi Yuan unleashed his movement technique and sped in a direction rapidly. He discovered a cave not far away. Yi Yuan's current condition was very dreadful, and he needed to find a safe place to rest and rehabilitate for a moment. Yi Yuan, Yud, Am, and fellow, you're a bloodsucker. When you use this lord, you force this lord. When you don't use, you kick this lord to one side. Erg, how did I board your pirate? S. H. I plus P. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Toward this ancient CLA. S primordial spirit, Yi Yuan's guard was still very high. Along the way, the sun-moon heavenly pupil yelled out unceasingly inside his sea of consciousness, appearing very aggrieved. Shut your mouth for me! Entering the cave, Yi Yuan barked coldly. Sensing Yi Yuan's cold-killing intent, the sun-moon heavenly pupil realized that Yi Yuan was really enraged and immediately shut his mouth and did not speak. How long can your moonlight mirage be maintained? Yi Yuan asked coldly. If those few people did not have divine artifacts in their possession, they absolutely could not escape the moonlight mirage within a short time. But the spirit horn shattering mirror was the jinx of illusionary arts. Once they realized that they had fallen into an illusion, the moonlight mirage could not trap them for very long at all. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan fled toward the 4th level, and not escape toward the 2nd level. Escaping upward was definitely a one-way ticket to H-E-L-L, while the 5th level, these people absolutely did not dare to enter. It was just that in Yi Yuan's current state, he could not escape to the 5th level at all, and would surely be caught up by them. The sun-moon heavenly pupil said B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with confidence. This lord's moonlight mirage is a divine rank illusionary art, silent and noiseless. Those amateurs got to at least be trapped inside for 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. I have no time to listen to you talk nonsense here. Keep bragging, and I'll immediately exterminate you. The sun-moon heavenly pupil immediately switched to a smiling face and said, younger brother, calm your anger, calm your anger. That they have the spirit horn shattering mirror. I reckon that, at most, it's also just one day's time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said solemnly, now shut your mouth up for me. Done talking, Yi Yuan took out 3 medicinal pills and started to treat his injuries. Ever since obtaining the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan would basically have a running stock of blood essence for Pleenies. Plussing medicinal pills. Fortunately, he only lost 10% blood essence. Replenies. Plussing was not too troublesome. What was truly troublesome was that he borrowed the power of the sun-moon heavenly pupil to cast moonlight mirage. This burden on his body was too great. With only a day's time, Yi Yuan must seize every second. The spirit horn shattering mirror was able to shuttle through S-P-A-C. Once they broke free, they would catch up very quickly. With the medicinal pill entering his abdomen, Yi Yuan's blood essence was replenished bit by bit, while his body was also gradually recovering. Sun-moon heavenly pupil. That brat must have acquired the sun-moon heavenly pupil. He must have obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil when he entered the vast sun-bright moon realm. We fell into an illusion. Zhao Lingdong's entire body suddenly trembled, finally grasping that trace of inspiration. What? We fell into an illusion? Are you joking, Zhao Lingdong? Ordinary illusions completely cannot conceal their traces in front of the spirit horn shattering mirror. Mo or Tong said disdainfully. Zhao Lingdong said coldly, then what if it isn't an ordinary illusionary realm? Don't you guys forget. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was once tethered to a deity realm powerhouse. Zhao Lingdong's words made the Devil Ridge 3 freaks feel alarmed inwardly. Their expressions also became solemn. If it was really a divine, rank illusionary art, they might really be trapped inside an illusionary realm. What are you still in a daze for? Tong, use the spirit horn shattering mirror to break the illusionary art. Remember, use divine essence. Zhao Lingdong reminded him. Mo Tong was startled and hurriedly injected divine essence inside the spirit horn shattering mirror. The spirit horn shattering mirror immediately gave off waves of light. Waves of ripples spread out in the surrounding S.P.A.C. with the spirit horn shattering mirror as the center. Sensing the spirit horn shattering mirror's change, Mo Tong was startled inwardly. They really got hit by an illusionary spell. This illusionary art was extraordinary. This large group of void mystic powerhouses, actually did not see through a tiny bit. Clearly, Zhao Lingdong did not perceive it either. He guessed it through some fleeting clues. Mo Tong was endlessly shocked. If they did not bring the spirit horn shattering mirror this time, it was really uncertain how long they would have to be trapped inside this illusionary realm. Now, he finally knew how hard the Son of Heaven's mandate was to tangle with. The belittling towards Yi Yuan previously was completely swept away clean. Not just him. The others were similarly incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan was too scary to actually toy with them. 5 great void mystic powerhouses in the palm of his hand. No wonder Lord Divine Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly, making them bring 3 great divine artifacts over. A day later, Mo Tong finally broke apart the illusionary realm with help from the spirit horn shattering mirror. Looking on the ground again, where was their Yi Yuan's corpse? Quickly give chase. Fortunately, Zhao Lingdong's reaction was fast. The time we were trapped was also not very long. He shouldn't have escaped to the 2nd level yet. Mo Tong said. The other 2 people nodded their heads and voiced their assent. They were just about to move out to pursue him, but was stopped by Zhao Lingdong. Wait a minute. What is it? The 3 people froze. I feel that he shouldn't have escaped to the 2nd level. Zhao Lingdong said. The 3 people were stunned again, not escaping to the 2nd level. Could it be that he escaped to the 4th level still? Being trapped by us inside, he'll be dead for sure. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, he knows that we have the spirit horn shattering mirror. Escaping to the 2nd level, he absolutely can't escape. If I were Ji Qingyan, I'd definitely cut off all escape routes to rise up in the face of a desperate situation and escape downwards. As long as he escapes to the 5th level, we definitely won't dare to go down. If it were before, the Devil Ridge 3 freaks would definitely be very disdainful towards Zhao Lingdong's words. But now, they were utterly convinced by Zhao Lingdong. It was not without reason that Lord Divine Master made him listen to Zhao Lingdong. If not for Zhao Lingdong, who knew how much time they would have to be trapped by the illusionary art, at that time, the flowers would have really turned yellow. Fine, I'll listen to you. Go, down to the 4th level. Mo Tong said, everybody be more careful. This boy is very bizarre and hasn't pulled out G. Oh, D knows how many trump cards yet. Reaching the 4th level, we mustn't drop our guard. Zhao Lingdong exhorted. A light flashed. Zhao Lingdong's figure appeared at the 4th level, but his brows knitted tightly together, because the Devil Ridge 3 freaks disappeared. They clearly entered through the transmission array together. Why was everyone gone the moment they came out. Not just the Devil Ridge 3 freaks. Even the howling Sky Divine Hound that had been following him all along also vanished without a trace. Zhao Lingdong instantly felt that things were not right. Could it be an illusionary art again? Emo Artong had the spirit horn shattering mirror in his hands. What was the use of repeating the same old trick? Furthermore, this illusionary realm was clearly not as powerful as before. But Zhao Lingdong knew that Yi Yuan definitely would not shoot at a non-existent target. This sort of futile work, he definitely would not do it. Then what on earth was Yi Yuan planning to do by playing this? Suddenly, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed, and he said, S-H-I plus T? The spirit horn shattering mirror in Mo Ertong's hands is the greatest threat to him. He definitely wants to deal with Mo Ertong. No way. I absolutely can't let him prevail. Chapter 1101, Counterkill. Chapter 1101, Counterkill. What Zhao Lingdong was thinking was right. Yi Yuan was planning precisely that. Apart from Mo Ertong, the others had all fallen into an illusionary realm. There was completely no way of breaking free within a short time. Only Mo Ertong was currently receiving Yi Yuan's special treatment at this time. When at the third level, Yi Yuan was a prey and had no time to respond at all. Being able to unleash Moonlight Mirage was already his limit, but now Yi Yuan had adequate time to deal with it leisurely. The 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation was the big meal that he prepared for Mo Ertong. When Mo Ertong discovered that the others were all gone, he realized very quickly that he had fallen into an illusionary realm again. Compared to Moonlight Mirage, the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation was still much lousier in terms of illusionary realms. However, the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation was not just an illusionary realm. For Yi Yuan to dare to lay down this formation, he naturally had a killing move to deal with Mo Ertong. Falling into the illusionary realm, Mo Ertong's first reaction was to deploy the spirit horn shattering mirror. But right at this time, countless azure sword lights suddenly appeared from the void. Ha! Do you really take your grandpa air to be easily bullied? Divine King Domain, activate. Mo Ertong was a void mystic powerhouse at any rate. How could he be frightened by mere sword lights? The moment his Divine King Domain opened up, it was impregnable. Although the azure sword lights were incomparably fierce and sharp, who asked Mo Ertong's cultivation realm to be too high? It could not break open his Divine King Domain at all. Mo Ertong was extremely pleased with himself when he saw the situation and said with a loud laugh, "Ha! Brat, your concept's comprehension is indeed not bad, but dealing with your second grandpa, Mo, it's still too tender. Just you wait. Second grandpa will break this illusionary realm right away. Then I'll see where you will run to." Done talking, Mo Ertong completely ignored those sword lights and immediately mustered up the spirit horn shattering mirror, planning on getting rid of the illusionary realm. But right at this time, Mo Ertong felt an extreme sense of peril well up in his heart. He raised his head and discovered that above the void, countless sword lights had already condensed since no idea when. Sword lights hanging high in the air, this was not the most important. Most importantly, these sword lights were too terrifying. They were on a completely different level from those previously. Yi Yuan hid inside the void, looking at Mo Ertong and smiling coldly incessantly. Do you really think that this young master will allow you all to need me as you please? With the evil extermination sword, the increase in the power of the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation isn't just a little bit. Even Hidajiang suck. You bed inside this array formation, let alone even you, limitless life-death sword. Kill for me? Yi Yuan's icy cold voice echoed out from inside the void, akin to a G-O-D overlooking all life, controlling the life and death of the mortal world. Following his word of command, the countless sword lights above the ninth heaven charged towards Mo or Tong, bringing along the might of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Mo or Tong's expression turned deathly white like paper. How could he still care about breaking the formation? He poured divine essence frenziedly into the spirit horn shattering mirror without another word. Spirit horn shattering mirror, break for me. Mo or Tong gave a loud cry. The spirit horn shattering mirror emitted a brilliant light, incomparably swift and fierce light emitted out of the surface of the mirror, and welcomed those sword lights. It looked like the two terrifying attacks were about to collide together. Ha! Your second Grandpa Mo has a divine artifact in my hands. So what even if this array formation was any more powerful? He was very confident in the spirit horn shattering mirror's offensive power. The attack that he released absolutely did pale in comparison to those horrifying sword lights. But very soon, his pupils constricted. The two surges of terrifying energy actually vanished right in front of him, just like this. They vanished without any traces. This bizarre scene made all the hairs on his body stand on its end. Those disappeared sword lights, actually Pa-S, said right through the void, and appeared before his eyes once again. Fierce Heaven Blade Domain, break for me. Mo or Tong's reaction could not be said to not be quick. Countless blade lights emitted from his divine king domain, and meshed together with the sword lights dispatched by the grand array, giving off a terrifying energy undulation. Except the limitless life-death sword that went through the evil extermination sword and 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation's dual augmentation. The power was truly unbelievably terrifying. Mo or Tong's fierce heaven blade domain still could not block the impact of these sword lights. He was immediately beaten to severe injuries and vomited blood. However, it was not over yet. That vanished spirit horn shattering mirror's attack appeared behind him bizarrely at this time. No, Mo or Tong let out a shrill and wretched cry. Rumble! The spirit horn shattering mirror's attack landed on Mo or Tong solidly. Mo or Tong's corpse drooped down weakly. Bang! Spirit horn shattering mirror also fell to the ground following that. Yi Yuan's brows knitted, and he casually fired out a ray of sword light. Not out of Yi Yuan's expectations, the spirit horn shattering mirror escaped through the void with a whoosh. He knew that there was an extremely powerful restriction on the spirit horn shattering mirror, but he could not let the spirit horn shattering mirror fall into the hands of the rest. As long as the owner of the mirror took it back, Yi Yuan's goal was achieved. Against these 4 people and 1 dog, what Yi Yuan was most apprehensive of was the spirit horn shattering mirror. This divine artifact was too powerful. Not only could it shuttle through the void, it even had the ability to shatter illusions. With it around, Yi Yuan was practically stark naked. Hence, that was why he painstakingly set up this killing trap. It was in order to kill Mo or Tong and scare away the spirit horn shattering mirror. This attack just now already expended all of the Grand Array's essence energy. The 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation already could not maintain for much longer. Killing Mo or Tong, Yi Yuan's expenditure was immense too. His figure swayed and directly merged into heaven and earth. Around 15 minutes later, the Grand Array dissipated with a loud bang. Mo Datong and the rest only felt a blur before their eyes, and they broke out from inside the illusionary realm. But the scene before their eyes made their eyes turn bloodshot. On Mo or Tong's body, there was not a piece of unscathed area, his death state extremely tragic. Number 2. Second brother. Mo Datong arrived beside Mo or Tong with a flash and picked up his corpse, his entire person falling into madness. "Arhh, Ji Qingyun, I'm going to kill you." Mo, Da Tong roared. The three of them brothers were originally humans. Furthermore, they were born from the same mother. Right from birth, they were abducted away by the Divine Master, who planted a fiend seal on them, controlling them. But their growing up was together. In this 1,000 years, they improved extremely quickly under the Divine Master's sanguinary grooming, carving out a path of survival from within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and even became powerful void mystic powerhouses. All along, the three of them brothers advanced and withdrew together, and they had never failed before. They did not think that today one was actually dead by Yi Yuan's hands. How could they not be enraged? "Ji Qingyun, I want you to die a horrible death." Mo Santong gripped the divine artifact short blade in his hand even tighter. He swore to definitely kill Ji Qingyun personally. Zhao Lingdong was livid with rage by the side. He never thought that Yi Yuan actually really dared to thrust a spear to the back. Furthermore, he actually succeeded. Mo or Tong, who possessed the spirit horn shattering mirror. Even he was not a match either. Yi Yuan actually killed him. This brat was bold, meticulous, vicious, with numerous trump cards. He was truly incomparably troublesome. He never would have thought that the originally 100% certain bait-kill trap actually played out to become like this currently. He still hasn't gone far away. "I'll go and chase after right now. You guys keep up, absolutely can't let him escape." Zhao Lingdong threw down this sentence and disappeared into the distance along with the howling sky divine hound. Chapter 1102, Interlinked Stratagem. Chapter 1102, Interlinked Stratagem. How Sky Chase. Zhao Lingdong gave a cold yell. A pair of wings actually grew out of the howling sky divine, hound's two sides, whose H plus Howl Sky turned into a stream of flowing light and actually directly shook Zhao Lingdong off. Yi Yuan only left for 15 minutes first. This bit of time was not enough to shake Zhao Lingdong, this void mystic powerhouse, off. Zhao Lingdong's perception locked onto Yi Yuan from far away, not giving him the chance to escape. Halski's current speed was probably not much slower compared to merging into heaven and earth too. The distance between him and Yi Yuan was also currently shrinking with incredible speed. Zhao Lingdong's footsteps did not slow down, but he said hatefully, "Just how many trumps cards does this brat still have? That grand array earlier was actually able to kill her, Tom. Just what in the world happened inside?" Zhao Lingdong could not figure out after racking his brains. Mo or Tong clearly had the spirit horn shattering mirror in his hands. But why did he not break the formation? Even if he did not break the formation, what kind of attack could kill Mo or Tong, who possessed a divine artifact? Zhao Lingdong felt that it was bizarre to the extreme. Three figures chasing each other in the fourth levels S, P, A, C ran 1,000,000 miles out very soon. Halsky and Yi Yuan's speed became closer and closer. He was virtually able to see Yi Yuan's back view already. Halsky's eyes suddenly became focused, his figure vanished. Plussing instantly. At this instant, his speed skyrocketed several times and arrived behind Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Whoosh! In midair, a streak of cold light flashed past. Sharp fangs and claws paws said right through the chest. However, Halsky did not feel that pleasure of penetrating through flesh and blood. With a rumble, Yi Yuan turned into a S of pale yellow flames and dissipated into nothing. All the fur on Halsky's body stood up. A sense of danger, salked his heart. In the void, an incomparably swift and fierce sword light pierced out and directly slashed towards Halsky's dog head. This slash was too close. The speed was simply swift to the extreme. Be careful, Hal Sky! When Zhao Lingdong, who had just rushed over, saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot. Right at the critical moment, Hal Sky urged his speed to the limits and instantly vanished from where he stood. However, it was still half a beat too slow. The azure light slashed right onto the wings that Hal Sky grew out, forcefully chopping off the wings on his right side. Awoo! Hal Sky gave off a miserable cry and arrived beside Zhao Lingdong with a flash. A figure slowly walked out from within the void and said with a sigh, "What a shame. Just a little more, and I can chop off this dog head." Who was this figure, if not Yi Yuan? It was just that the Yi Yuan at this time already changed into a long azure robe, and was no longer wearing the white garment previously. Awoo. Hal Sky gave off a series of tragic cries. It was also unknown whether was he wailing or complaining about Yi Yuan's shameless conduct. Probably. Only Zhao Lingdong could understand. That wing of Halski's was already utterly chopped off by Yi Yuan, blood cascading down without stopping. Although this sword did not claim Halski's life, it made him suffer a great loss in vitality too. Zhao Lingdong stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have already died. D knows how many times right now. The feelings between him and Hal Sky had long crossed the boundary of master and servant. They were like kin. Hal Sky suffering such a big loss. How could he not be furious? Only now did he understand that this was completely an interlinked stratagem. Yi Yuan made that avatar body wore that white-colored long robes and pretend to escape while he concealed himself within the void here, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Actually, Yi Yuan's flying speed was far faster than they imagined. Separating from the grand array, Yi Yuan unleashed, merging into heaven and earth to the limits, and threw down an avatar body on the way, feigning an appearance of essence energy being exhausted and fleeing. When Yi Yuan separated from the grand array, he had long calculated the time. That instant when the grand array fell apart, Yi Yuan immediately escaped into the void. The moment Zhao Lingdong and the Howling Sky Divine Hound came out, they discovered Yi Yuan's avatar body right away, and thought that that was Yi Yuan. But this first impression was deadly. Their perception locked onto the avatar body firmly, and totally would not think that Yi Yuan was actually concealed within the void, especially Hal Sky. He did not rely on just perception to lock onto Yi Yuan. He even relied on smell. This avatar body wore Yi Yuan's clothes. Wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's smell? When he erupted with his full strength and wanted to kill Yi Yuan, the move was already executed, and he was completely unable to perform a second reaction. All of it took time to say, but actually it was just a split second for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. This scene was too unexpected, resulting in Zhao Lingdong and Hal Sky both already suffering a huge loss without reacting to it. Except Yi Yuan was still not too satisfied with this battle achievement. This sword, he had ACCU, Mulat power for a long time, and fully thought that he would be able to chop off Halski's dog head. Did not think that it was still dodged by him. Ji Qingyun, you're courting death here. Zhao Lingdong gnashed his teeth hatefully and said it was already uncertain how many years it had been since he had been so enraged before. He would rather he get injured than be willing to see Hal Sky get hurt. But facing Zhao Lingdong's wrath, Yi Yuan said very calmly, "You said it like you'd let me leave. Since you guys came to kill me, then you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Not even having this bit of awareness, you can't kill me." Zhao Lingdong said furiously, "Is that so? Then I'll take a look at just how many tricks you have. Today, I must dice you up into 10,000 pieces." Roar. Zhao Lingdong let out a furious roar. Hideous fur suddenly grew out on his face and hands. His teeth grew sharp protruding fangs, his nails also grew sharp claws. His body was in the air, looking just like a large dog. Yo, actually became a dog. Turns out that this is your most powerful state, really deserving of the Tlee of Spirit Hound Divine King. Big dog plus a small dog, truly an invincible combination. Yi Yuan said with an amused look. Zhao Lingdong had a dog's appearance, but he spoke in human language. I hope that you can still laugh in a while. Swuz. H. Plus Zhao Lingdong's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Yuan only felt a chill at his neck. A dog claw already extended onto his neck. This skill was cut from the same cloth as Howl Sky. However, Yi Yuan's Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm was fully released, and he had long taken Zhao Lingdong's every movement and action into his sight. He did not panic in the slightest. The evil extermination sword left its scabbard instantly and stabbed towards Zhao Lingdong's throat from an extremely odd angle. The evil extermination sword reached first despite making a move later, and it was even actually a slight faster than Zhao Lingdong. Zhao Lingdong's face fell, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually use such a mutual destruction fighting style. His claw swiping down. Yi Yuan would no doubt lose his life, but he absolutely could not survive too. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Zhao Lingdong finally still yielded. At the last second, his body leaned back slightly, narrowly avoiding Yi Yuan's stab. And just missing that tiny bit, his claws were unable to pierce through Yi Yuan's throat anymore. A drop of fresh blood remained at Yi Yuan's neck area. His throat still had a small cut sliced open in the end. It was just that Zhao Lingdong knew that this move, he still lost. Can't even bear to part with your life. You still dare to say how much you love your dog. Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to the pain on his neck and said with a scoff, Chapter 1103, Blue Flash BUT Turfly. Chapter 1103, Blue Flash BUT Turfly. Didn't you want to take revenge for him? Just now, sending yourself forward, and I'd be dead. Such a fine opportunity. You actually let it pass. Really feel not worth it for that dog of yours. Yi Yuan had a look of heartache, deeply piercing Zhao Lingdong. Awoo. The Howling Sky Divine Hound let out two howls right then, seemingly cheering Zhao Lingdong on. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he said, Brat, don't pull that trick with me. The feelings between Howl Sky and me, you'll never understand. Killing you, there can be a myriad of ways. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Is that so? You guys even brought out the mountain and river state painting. Didn't it fail to kill me too? Do you think that the Son of Heaven's mandate is that easy to kill? Wouldn't I know if I try? Fierce Wind, Absolute Domain. The moment Zhao Lingdong's Divine King Domain opened up within a 1,500 feet radius, it turned into a sea of wind. That swift and fierce wind were akin to small blades, slicing up everything in the SPAC. Exchanging a blow earlier, he discovered that Yi Yuan's reaction was seriously too quick. His advantage in speed could not be unleashed at all. Hence, he decided to directly use Cultivation Realm to overpower Yi Yuan. As long as he dragged until Datong and Santong came, with the combined power of everyone, could Ji Qingyun overturn the heavens still? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a light smile, Then this young master will take a look at just how much capability you, this dog person, have. Yi Yuan took out the evil extermination sword and released his divine king domain fully. He was actually going to clash with Zhao Lingdong head-on. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong could not help being secretly delighted in his heart. After breaking through to the 4th level Dao Profound, Yi Yuan's divine king domain already reached 150 feet. Through the evil extermination sword's boost, his divine king domain reached as vast as 900 feet all at once, and was already very close to 1,000 feet. But just this tiny bit of disparity, the gap between him and Zhao Lingdong was not just a little bit. If attacking with the divine king domain, Yi Yuan would be bound to suffer a loss. Ha! Just the likes of you want to measure my strength too? So what even if you have a divine artifact? Zhao Lingdong let out a roaring laugh and suddenly urged his fierce wind absolute domain, Cruce, plussing over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. A terrifying sword intent surged to the skies. Limitless life-death sword. Yi Yuan used divine essence without being the least bit stingy, making the limitless life-death sword's power rise to another level. Rumble! Two terrifying attacks collided in midair. Yi Yuan was still significantly worse in the end, and directly had a large mouthful of blood blasted out by the violent energy. Blind, reckless fool. And, wanna run? How can it be that easy? Borrowing this tremendous recoil force, Yi Yuan's figure sped towards the depths like lightning, directly merging into heaven and earth. Zhao Lingdong's expression turned cold, and he chased after with incredible speed. Yi Yuan had never thought about class. Plussing head-on with Zhao Lingdong before. Zhao Lingdong, this kind of powerhouse, was still not what the present Yi Yuan could forcefully contend with. Moreover, Yi Yuan was able to sense that Mo Datong and Mo Santong were already chasing on the way. If he lingered, there was only a path that led to death. Even if Yi Yuan was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to resist the besiegement of 4 great void mystic powerhouses. There were still divine artifacts in the other 2 persons' hands. Right from the beginning of this attack, he had his mind set on escaping. Yi Yuan ignored the injuries on his body and urged his movement technique to the limits. At the same time, he swallowed a healing medicinal pill and essence energy recovering medicinal pill, so as to ensure his endurance kept up. Zhao Lingdong discovered to his dismay that although he was that little bit faster than Yi Yuan, it was very limited. Haoskai having a wing chopped off by Yi Yuan, disregarding the great loss in vitality, his speed also dropped drastically. Without Haoskai, he had no way of catching up to Yi Yuan within a short time at all. Zhao Lingdong's teeth gnashed till it clattered. Only now did he discover that ever since Yi Yuan discovered their ambush, the actions at every step all went through meticulous planning, from casting Moonlight Mirage and escaping to using the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation to kill Mo or Tong, then to concealing within the void to sneak attack Haoskai. This series of actions was actually just for the sake of one purpose, which was to escape. Eliminate all the factors that affected his escape. This carried on for 9 days and 9 nights. Finally, the transmission array that led to the 5th level appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He did not have the slightest hesitation, urging his movement technique to the limits. He dove headfirst into the transmission array. At this time, Zhao Lingdong also rushed over. After seeing Yi Yuan enter the 5th level, a look of struggle surfaced on Zhao Lingdong's face. The 5th level was rather dangerous to him as well. Once provoked those powerful existences inside, even if it was him, he would be dead for sure too. It. This brat has a large stock of tier 9 medicinal pills on him. He's not afraid of dragging it out with us at all. Zhao Lingdong gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Yi Yuan borrowed that recoil force and directly pulled far apart from Zhao Lingdong. Merging into heaven and earth again, he shook Zhao Lingdong off all at once. With that, he became a full beat slower. How could he still catch up to Yi Yuan? The speed of merging into heaven and earth was very quick. Ordinary speed could not catch up at all. Want to knock Yi Yuan out of the state of merging into heaven and earth It needed to be done within a certain radius too. They were separated so far away, all of a sudden, it was totally beyond Zhao Lingdong's ability. However, there was not much time for him to regret it at present. Carry on delaying, and Yi Yuan would run out Ji. Oh, D knows how far. Zhao Lingdong gritted his teeth, brought Hal Sky along, and tunneled into the transmission array. Before long, Mo Datong and Mo Santong also arrived. Looks like they have already entered the 5th level. Big brother, what should we do? Mo Santong said in a solemn voice. Mo Datong gave a cold snort and said, Old Second's enmity we must avenge. So what if it's the 5th level? Don't forget, we have divine artifacts in our hands. Ordinary desolate beasts aren't our match at all. Forget about the 5th level. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we have to go too. Fine, go. The two people did not have much hesitation and immediately followed inside too. After entering the 5th level, Yi Yuan casually took out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was a blue bee, to fly. Casually opening the small bottle, the blue bee, to fly directly flew out and vanished with a flash, inconceivably swift. Seeing the blue bee, to fly disappear, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. This blue bee, to fly was called Blue Flash Bee, to fly. It liked to rest on the flame soul, vast, universe lotus the most. This blue bee, to fly was already groomed for a long time by Yi Yuan with special means. If there were flame soul, vast, universe lotuses nearby, it would bring Yi Yuan to find it. The flame soul, vast universe lotus was a core medicine of the Tao-defying pill. Apart from the immemorial medicine garden, the places that Yi Yuan knew, only this blood-drained wilderness had it. Yi Yuan had long guessed that the flame soul, vast universe lotus was at this 5th level. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. Walking not far away, there was another series of undulations from the transmission array in the distance. Zhao Lingdong's figure finally appeared at the 5th level, but when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he sneered coldly to no end. Indeed still came down. Later, this young master will prepare a feast for you all. You guys savor it well. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure immediately disappearing, merging into heaven and earth. Chapter 1104. Doggal cowardly like a mouse. Chapter 1104. Doggal cowardly like a mouse, Zhao Lingdong was currently in hot pursuit. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he stopped, and, not moving any more. Awoo, Hal Sky by the side, also howled twice. Zhao Lingdong nodded his head and said, This brat is crafty as a fox. Better not advance rashly. Wait for Mo Datong and Mo Santong to arrive. Then we push on together. We just have to lock onto him and not let him escape. That will do. The current Zhao Lingdong was also somewhat jittery, with imaginary fear already being scammed by Yi Yuan time and again. Their side could be said to have suffered grievous losses. Zhao Lingdong still felt that waiting for the Devil Ridge 3 freaks to arrive and plussing on together was safer. Before long, Mo Datong and Mo Ertong finally caught up. Mo Datong could not help frowning when he saw Zhao Long standing still and not advancing. He said, Why aren't you chasing anymore? Zhao Lingdong gave him a glance and said, He stopped. This punk is full of cunning tricks. It's safer for us to advance together. Mo Ertong's death made Mo Datong's entire person become much colder and gloomier. He shot Zhao Lingdong a glance coldly and said, If you're scared, then you're scared, making it sound nicer than it is. Zhao Lingdong could not help being stifled when he heard that and said angrily, Mo Datong, watch your words. Currently, not just Mo or Tong died. Even Halsky had a wing chopped off by that brat too. We've already suffered so many losses. Shouldn't we be a little more careful now? Mo Datong snorted coldly and said, merely just a dog, and you're comparing him to her Tong? Moreover, he only had a wing chopped off. If not for you being filled with misgivings, we'd have long killed him. Zhao Lingdong did not think that Mo Datong suddenly became so impervious to reason and was angered by his few words until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. Mo Datong, don't you forget Lord Divine Master's words. Whatever you're discontented with, wait until after we kill Ji Qingyun. Then say it. Carry on with the internal strife. Then the one who will be pleased with himself will be that brat. Zhao Lingdong knew that now was not the time to be quarreling. He could only forcefully rein in his temper. Hearing Zhao Lingdong's words, Mo Datong also snorted coldly and said, where's that brat? Let's go and exterminate him together. I want this brat to die a horrible death. There, inside the valley over there. Zhao Lingdong nudged with his mouth and said, ahead was a stretch of extensive mountain valley. Looking from here, it was all shrouded by a cloud of fog, and completely could not see the situation inside clearly. It was also no wonder that Zhao Lingdong was cautious. Under such circumstances, an body would dare to rashly enter. It was just that Mo Datong already lost his head due to anger and completely did not care about what Zhao Lingdong was thinking. He just blamed him for not tying Yi Yuan down. Mo Datong darted him a sidelong glance and said with a cold snort, a cloud of mist scared you until like this? Santong, let's go. Finished talking, the 2 people leaped and entered inside the valley. Zhao Lingdong's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart, but helpless, he still followed after. The 4 people were bold, stemming from superb skills. They dispersed the fog and directly entered the valley. But Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted together, and he said solemnly, did you guys detect it? There are quite a number of powerful existences inside this valley. That brat definitely doesn't have any good intentions luring us in here. Mo Datong said totally unconcernedly, scared of him for what? With the mountain and river state painting bestowed by Lord Divine Master, could those guys overturn the heavens still? If they are sensible, better know their place. If not sensible, slaughter them together. Zhao Lingdong felt that this guy already could not be reasoned with. At this time, he wished that he could slaughter these 2 fellows and take forcible possession of the divine artifacts. Of course, it was also just thinking about it. If he really made a move, it would definitely be him who would get the worst out of it. Before long, Zhao Lingdong suddenly said, we are very close already. It seems like it's ahead. 1 sentence, and it roused Mo Datong and Mo Santong's spirits. The 2 people took out their divine artifacts, and ACCU Mulat power awaiting release. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would exterminate him with the force of a thunderbolt. Sure enough, they saw Yi Yuan not long after walking. Yi Yuan likewise saw them too, and said with a smile, waited for you all very long already. Why did you only come now? The moment Mo Datong saw Yi Yuan, his hair stood on its ends. Boy, you actually dared to kill her, Tom. Today, I'll hack your body into 1,000 pieces to offer as a sacrifice to her tongue's spirit in heaven. Mo Datong roared. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, still that same sentence. Since you guys came to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Mo Datong was furious to the extreme and said, good, very good. Since that's the case, you can go and die already. Mo Datong was just about to make a move, but was held back by Zhao Lingdong. Don't go over. How can this brat allow himself to be captured without putting up any resistance? He definitely set up some kind of trap to let us jump into it. Don't fall for it anymore. Zhao Lingdong said with a cold yell. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he lifted his head to the sky and said with a loud laugh, Zhao Lingdong, everyone says that a dog's gall is audacious to the extreme. Why is your dog gall even smaller than a mouse's gall? For great void mystic powerhouses, 2 divine artifacts, you don't even dare to attack? Hearing those words, Zhao Lingdong was not indignant, but his heart pounded. Yi Yuan's words were clearly to trigger Mo Datong. He was even more certain in his heart that Yi Yuan definitely had some ruse waiting for them. However, being teased by Yi Yuan like this, how could Mo Datong still endure it? He glared at Zhao Lingdong furiously and said, Get lost! Wait until your father kills this punk. Then I'll definitely go to Lord Divine Master to lodge a complaint. Done talking, that painting in his hand suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. The mountain and river state painting was already deployed by him. The mountain and amp, river state painting was a very powerful divine artifact. Even if not drawing the other party inside, the power was extraordinary too. Mo Datong knew that Yi Yuan similarly had a divine artifact in possession, so he had no way of drawing him in at all. Hence, he directly activated the mountain and amp, river state painting, wanting to kill Yi Yuan. Old Third, attack! Mo Datong shouted. No need for him to say anything. Mo Datong's short blade was already in his hand. His divine king domain opened up fully. The power of this chop could virtually shatter mountains and rivers. 2 surges of terrifying divine artifacts might instantly spread throughout the entire valley. Roar! Inside the valley, an earth-shaking roar suddenly transmitted out. Over a dozen black silhouettes galloped over from all directions. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed drastically, and he said, Annette, the 2 of you idiots. Now, you startled the desolate beasts inside the valley. I see how you guys take care of it. Who cares? Kill for me. While talking, the mountain and river state painting and short blade released 2 dazzling lights, cleaving straight for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan stood there firmly and did not move, as if those 2 attacks were not attacking him. Suddenly, over a dozen terrifying attacks converged from all directions, and directly intercepted the 2 great divine artifacts' joint attack. These dozen over attacks, each one had power on par with void mystic powerhouses. The whole process from beginning to end was incomparably daunting. Even though 2 great divine artifacts were frightening, they were no match for the desolate beasts' numbers 2. Rumble! A surge of enormous energy exploded in the air, and immediately sent everyone flying, including Mo Datong and the rest. Impossible! Why would these desolate beasts help this punk? This is not possible. Mo Datong roared, You idiot! With this, I see how you clean up the mess. Zhao Lingdong snarled,